All right, good morning, traders. What's Hal doing right now? Sam's starting off early. It might be a hot day if Sam's starting off early. All right, so looks like the market is pushing up here at open. Good morning. I guess I should say good evening, Lori. I always forget that, but thank you. Appreciate that. Some banging and stuff going around my house, outside my house. No wonder the dogs are barking. What is Hal doing? Hal might be in a trade or something because he is not answering the old HH trader, but we'll see here. Let's go ahead and do a quick scan here, see what we got. What's moving around? BTB. Throw that one in there. Good morning, Donnell. Let's see, got a couple of things. XBIO up there again. Oh yeah, forgot I swing. What is that? What was HPI at? Oh, beautiful. HPI up to 15, so I'm up about 50 bucks so far on this swing. Very nice. That's good. That's making up for a lot of those losses I took yesterday. Good morning, Fat Boy Drizzy. So that's good to see. All right, let's go through this list here and see what everything looks like. BTBT still dumping. MDIA trying to hold right there. BITF. I'm just going to take BITF off. It's such a high float. FLGC is on high alert. If you watched the last RIP episode last night, this thing is very close to either breaking out the top of this triangle really big or breaking out the bottom. It just needs to break 15, so we'll see. You can see it nicely on the 5-minute chart here on the 5-day.
What are you talking about?
It's talking about FLGC.
Oh, okay, got you. FLGC. I'm over here, I'm following my rules. You remember what I'm doing?
What are you doing, man? You're looking at the tiny low floats?
Oh, yes. Looking at the Tigers and the Bears.
But you see HPI is up to 15.
Yeah, I'm already watching it. You already know it's a low float, and it is definitely on my scanner. So I'm definitely going to be watching it.
Remember, I swung 20 shares of it, so I'm up 50 bucks.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to wait and see what it does at market open, but I may lock it out there.
Yeah, because it's already up, and it kind of exploded out of nowhere, so it may be some people ready to sell their shares at the open.
ACY looks interesting. It held 25.
Yeah, I'm going to leave that monster alone for now and let it rest. It just ran from, 25 to 32 yesterday.
Yeah, but, it could keep going.
AHPI looking like it's cranking up to try again to break a new high.
Excellent.
What's the high? That 1530 is the high of that long candle on the 5-minute. We'll see if it can get up there, or will it have to consolidate?
See, swing Sicilian. What'd you swing, Sicilian? He said to call me Swing Sicilian.
Nice, nice.
Let's see. What is this? PBTS. Okay, they're expanding its blockchain business to engage in cryptocurrency mining.
PTVS.
Whoops. What's going on with my news here? Hold on a second. What the heck? There we go. No, that's not it. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What? Okay, maybe I'm just tripping. Well, it looks like there's something missing. But yeah, no, PBTS. PBTS.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't this a previous mover? Nope. All right, so this is a new one. It's $1.76.
And it's consolidating though so far in pre-market. It is below the 200-day. I don't like that, but it is close to the 200-day. If it could break over it, 200 days at 215. I'm gonna keep it on watch just because we got some.
Can you say that again? That was a little bit distorted. Can you say that one more time?
If it's right at the 200-day. Well, the 200 days at 215, so it needs to break over 2 and 215 to continue running.
Okay.
I don't like it because it's under the 200-day, but it's kind of close. So if it happens to shoot up out of this at market open, it could break through that. We'll see. There's a dog.
There they go.
Yeah, man, they're starting early. Hold on just a second. Let me see.
Bro, those dogs hear him talking and they love acting up. Acting up. Why do I not see this on? It should definitely be in there. PBTS. And you're gonna get those dogs diabetes.
Nah, man. I don't know. My one dog's getting a little fat. He probably doesn't need it, but he might get the diabetes. The diabetes. I don't like that. Let's see. How's ZEV looking? ZEV did hold $10. It's not gotten very much volume yet. Are you seeing anything else on your scanners? The only thing that
AHPI is the only thing that I'm looking at. It's at 1545 right now, but it's looking like it's finding a little struggle point at the top because it's been up here to the 1550s before, 2 other times before this. So I would definitely be watching for a drop on the open.
Yeah. We still got 12 minutes till open. If it breaks here.
There goes, trying to get into the 60s, but finding some resistance up there. Let me see, what is the high on this one? The high from the other day was 1610 level.
Yeah, there it goes.
10.
There it goes.
Nice little outstretch from the bottom. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this one get destroyed at the open. People gonna drop all their shares. This is from the bottom. It moved from the $13.99 $14.
Well, that's what I was sitting here thinking myself. I was like, I should probably drop my shares. So if I'm thinking that, there probably is a lot of other people who are thinking that. I'd say you are right.
It's getting up to the 16. Yeah, I would definitely lock in something at 16 because 16 is a whole dollar resistance, but it's getting rejected at the 16 right now.
I'm gonna give it a chance to try to break that. Let's see, Sicilian, you're talking about Mile. Let's see.
What's that ticker?
It's a swing trade.
Oh, swing trade. Got you.
I'm not sure what. I mean, there is a low. This just hit a low of year. So I mean, you could look for a swing to look for it to pop back up, but it could just as easily drop. Whatever you need to find out, whatever this drop was, this big nasty drop.
AHPI still going up, hitting 1610 is the high of the other day, the highest point of
That's
it.
the high of the year, 1610.
Yeah, so
Oh wow, right through it.
And no, that wasn't right through it.
It's right through it, man. It just pushed it. It's, look at it go. What do you mean no?
Nah, dude. You don't see those, bro.
I see it going up to 620 or 1620.
That really wasn't right through it. That was a test of it. It threw a wick through it, but now we're gonna have to see. You're definitely a lot more patient than me with these top ticks, because I'm looking at the whole dollar resistance, and it just hit the previous high and found resistance there.
Well, we knew there was going to be resistance there, but it pushed through it. That was a nice little show of strength. It's pre-market.
Okay. Well, everybody, we're gonna watch AHPI get buried here at the open. Hopefully Ben doesn't call me with a sad story.
No.
We're gonna see.
I'm in at 13 on my swing, so it's not going to be a sad story. I'm not going to hold it all the way back down to 13.
Yeah, you're good.
No, Lauren, I didn't get a chance to look at PLWW. I'll look at it today, but my power was out literally like 6 to 7 hours, so that put me behind schedule of all the editing and all the posting and all the things I gotta do on a daily basis. So no, I didn't have a chance, but there shouldn't be any power issues today. So I'll get to it towards the end of. We'll get to it after I make a couple of trades, or maybe I'll look at it here in the first 30 minutes, because I don't plan on taking a trade in the first 30 minutes. I'm just gonna watch HPI to see where I want to lock it out at.
They heard you say it, so they're gonna be watching. They'll keep you honest.
Yeah. Just remind me. Well, like I said, we'll go ahead and cover. Let me go ahead and throw it on the list here so I don't remember. I'll cover it here after market open. Like I said, that first 30 minutes. It won't take me 30 minutes to go over this one. Let's see. FLUC still looking all right. Boy, the scanners are really light with, I mean, all I saw besides HPI was that PBTS. And I'm not a fan of that PBTS play.
One Life said you got to pay that power bill on time.
It wasn't a power bill. It was a whole entire tree. You got to not have whole entire trees laying on phone lines or power lines, whatever they're called. ACY is slowly creeping up here in pre-market. It's just creeping.
Yeah, I don't like that box formation that it's got going.
Box formation? What are you talking about?
Kind of looks like a box shape between the 24.97 and the 26.33, and it keeps pulling back in that range.
You mean like a channel? Is that what you're considering a box formation? Is like a channel? Because does look like a channel now that you say that. 27 would be the top, and then the bottom would be 23.50.
Yeah, so I guess a channel. I used the wrong word. My bad.
No, I mean I've heard of box formation trading and stuff, so it may be the same thing, just a different name. I don't know.
Daniel B said, "Tell him Darvis box."
Yeah, Darvis box is a good strategy in a hot bull market. I think can make some money. Just not in a hot bull market.
All right, so it did find that resistance up there at the 1610, like I said it would. We'll see at the open, man. We got 5 minutes to the bell, and man, I'm looking for AHPI to get a nice little drop off, and maybe some recovery, but definitely a drop off with this much profit.
Hmm. I don't know, man. I don't know. If it does look like it's going to drop, but 15, it'll probably drop to 15, and then from there, if it can hold 15, it could start ripping. Looking back on the weekly chart on this, what do we got there? When was that? 2020 in February, this thing ran from $2 to $45 in one day.
Yeah,
But
but that was on some
once,
crazy catalyst.
yeah. Um, so if it does keep pushing, it's got room easily to $20. There's not much resistance after this little high a year we made. And then if
Yeah,
it breaks 20, it's going to go nuts. So there is a lot of potential for it to keep running.
yeah, I wouldn't, I wouldn't put my money on it with only 2 million shares traded so far. Not a lot of attention on it. I mean, with this kind of move from the 13.93 up to the $16, on that 2020 move, there was a lot of volume behind it. Like there was almost 10 million shares traded on that move. But here, we're
We're
seeing a $3 rip on 2 million shares.
now we're almost at 3 million shares now. So we're
Three
only
million
set.
shares.
Yeah, we're at 3 million shares in pre-market. That ran that big on 10 million shares throughout the entire day. So I mean,
No, no, that day ended with like 100 million shares traded on that thing.
I thought you said it only had 10 million.
No, I said that it had 10 million in pre-market, and then throughout the rest of the day, that thing had like
Oh,
100,
okay.
200 million
Oh, okay, I
shares.
misunderstood you. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, yeah, it's trying to consolidate, but I am just gonna watch and see what it does. We got 3 minutes to the bell. Um, So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and break off, and good luck to you and your traders. Um,
You guys
and
too. Good
yeah,
luck to
be
everybody
careful.
over there. Oh yeah, it's definitely a cautious day. But all right, we'll catch up
All
back
right,
later. You guys have a good one. Try to kill it out there.
yes.
All
All right,
right,
catch you later, bro.
bye. All right. So let me get off here. There we go. All right. They're a small company out of Scottsdale. Super bullish on them. You think that they're Tesla of ammunition production? Well, ammunition is definitely valuable. There's always there's always value in bullets. We saw that kind of with that bullet shortage there. There was an ammunition shortage for a little while. So I like that already. That it's an ammunition manufacturer. All right, real quick, I'm gonna go take a quick little break here before the market open. Not too much to watch, really. FLGC is one I would watch at the bell. ACY, FLUC, AHPI more than likely is going to pull back, but we'll see. And then ZEV. This one I think is going to be a sneaky ripper today. It has a possible continuation pattern if it can continue to run. But, alright, guys, I'll be right back. So AHPI is pulling back. Did push up to a high of 1641. I'm going to see if 14 holds. Or not 14, if 15 holds. Matter of fact, I'm just going to put a stop loss for it right under 15. And if 15 doesn't hold, that profit will be locked out. Be $50 profit. If it holds, then it'll keep running. So either way, whatever you want to do. See where to drop to. Okay. Let me move it just a little bit below there. There we go. BTBT selling off. I'm going to just check the FLGC. Getting a quick pop there. ACY. Look at this. Look at this. Looks like it just got halted straight out the gate. Breaking up out of the box formation. Breaking out of this channel like we were talking about there, but halted. So very nice move on it. FLUC selling off. PBTS trying to break up, but this is the head and shoulders pattern, so it looks like it's probably going to sell off. X1. What happened here? Don't know about that. XBIO took you off my list, but you are getting some volume, so I'm going to put that back on there. Let's move this up so I can see. IEC merger deal, but nothing on that. Okay. Oh, so I just got stopped out on AHPI. So $42 in profit on that swing. I'll take it. Really interesting to see ACY, what it's going to do. Well, if it breaks, let's see, did it break over the top of that? If this candle can close over the top of 190, over this high here, then it would break to the upside out of this head and shoulders pattern. So still, we got like 20 seconds left. But let's go ahead and take a look at this POWW. Oops, wrong thing. So they've been around since 2017. Bullish. Pretty close to being bullish on the weekly chart. Might as well be. So you got this nice uptrend. Okay, so this is what's going on POW. You got a big wedge formation. Right now it's at the bottom of this wedge formation, and the 200-day is not far from catching up to that. So 7 basically right now is your bottom support, and 10 is going to be the top. So very easily could be decent without me looking at anything else about it. The chart, the technical analysis is there for a possible big move up out of this wedge, but it probably wouldn't happen till another couple of months towards the end of the year. Oh, let me pull up TradingView so I can have a peek at Bitcoin and everything. Keep Keep an eye on my cryptos. Yeah, Bitcoin back below 45,000 at the moment. Looks like it's trying to test. HPI still trying to hold right there at that 14. PBTS still running. Look at that. But the 200-day, what I say in the pre-market, the 200-day is at 215. So it's got to break that. Even if it does break 2 here, which it is trying, it's going to get held up at 215. FLGC, I'm going to let's see if I can get in here. Let's go 20 shares because it's slowly creeping up and it's at the bottom of the triangle. So let's see, 13. Let's see if we can get it at 13.20. Oh, wow, that worked out good. It filled perfectly at 13.20. Beautiful. Okay, so ACY still in that halt. Let's see, we got AR. What is going on there? A little pop out of this one, just below the EMAs, but it's got a lot higher float than I would like. XBIO coming back up again. Let's see. You're breaking that triangle there. I'm going to go here on XBIO. It's testing this 410. There it goes, breaking through 410. How much more you got in your XBIO? Top of that counts at 415, so it needs to break 415 here to keep running. MDIA, I'm taking that off. It looks like trash. HPI still holding 15. ACY out of the halt. Coming back down in this channel. I think I'm, yeah. God, Jesus, the spread is $1. Yee. Well, let's see if I can get in here at a decent price. Okay. I don't know if I can get in there or not. That spread is insane. Good morning, Lauren. See if I can get in there on the bid. Okay, I did get filled there at 27.79. See, FLGC still climbing. Very nice. I like that. XBIO. See, ACY looks like it may be about to rip again. Trying. Needs to break 29. and it could start ripping. So I'm not getting anything into anything else right now. I'm gonna just look at the trading these ones I got that I'm already in. We don't want to see ACY dump. Oh, 545 is your average on POW? Yeah, you're good then. You got a great average on POWW. I'm not mad at that average at all. FLGC, look at it go. Are we going to get this breakout? We got room up to 15. Up to that, oh wow, all over the place. Sketchy. But if it can start breaking, ACY is still building after that halt. XBIO got held up at 425. What did I go on that? But it is bouncing off of that 4 area so far. We've got a lot of action going on this morning in the market here. Oh, ACY coming back up again. Let's see. There it goes. There it goes. Let's go. See you break 29 and start running. Woo! Getting close. Getting close to another rip. Still getting held up. Gotta break. Getting held up. Gotta break at 29. XBIO coming back up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's make some money here. Yeah, I got PBTS on my watch list. It's just the problem with PBTS is it's got to break the 200 day. Oh, here we go. Let's see 29 break down. Need to see a big buying volume push come in here. There we go. There we go. The asks are moving up. Still getting held up at 29. Why is 29 such strong resistance? Yeah, there's no reason it should be getting hung up at 29. I don't see any resistance for that. 28.77 a little bit. Okay, so that's what it's testing. It's not testing 29, it's testing 28.75. FLGC back down some. Well, we got some crazy volatility going on everything. ACY coming back down. Yeah, FLGC is looking a little sketchy here. I'm going to go ahead and put a stop loss in on FLGC right under, let's see, I got 20 shares, 1320. I'm gonna put it like right there. See ACY trying to push back over 28 again. XBIO still fumbling around at 415. PBTS getting held up at 210. If it can break this 200 day, it does have room to run. So it could be a possible play. But I would say we're probably going to get rejected first at 215. Yeah, it's having problems breaking 210. S&P, nothing really there. Okay, ACY pushing back up again. I think if ACY can close over 28 here on this candle, it will be good to go. Unless it breaks out on this candle, then it'll be really good to go. So PBTS testing that 200 day now. Oh, breaking right through it. Very nice. Oh, here goes ACY. Woo! Is it going to break 30? 30 is probably going to be pretty strong. Looks like we're going to test 30. If we break 30, it is on. $30 seconds on this candle to close. Looking good at the moment. PBTS. If it can start holding 210, 215 as support, then that would confirm the break of this 200. And then it's got room up to 250. Alright, let's see. Let's test the 30. See some 30s on that ask. There's the 30s breaking right through the 30s. Woo! Okay, still getting held up a little bit, but the ask is all the way up to 30.40. Boy, the spreads on this thing are crazy. We are getting held up at 30, so that is... I'm probably going to lock out if it doesn't break over here soon. Still testing. FLGC looks like it's going to dump out of this triangle. Very close to my stop loss. So not getting the breakout I thought it was going to get. Looked like it was going to get it, but then turned around. Yeah, so stopped out on FLGC. Little $12 loss on that. That's fine. And AOV popping up. We'll throw that over there. The watch list. Yeah, see, PBTS rejected at the 200. So still getting held up at that 200. Good morning, Lightning Rick. I just now saw your good morning message there. We need to break this 30 soon. We need to get back up and test it. Yeah, because if it doesn't break 30, this is going to have to consolidate. It'll come back down to probably 27. And this will be a start of a new downtrend in the short term. XBIO starting to push up. Ooh, XBIO looking really good if it breaks 425. And it's trying right now. I'm going to let that try to do its thing. I'm going to keep an eye on the ACY at the moment, though. Yeah, I'm aware of the crypto regulations in that bill. I haven't looked in depth at them yet, but supposedly they're not as bad as originally intended, and the bill still has to go through the House again, I guess, before it's still in the process. So I don't know. If unless something's changed that I don't know about. Ooh, we got bids stacking at 30. We're about to rip. We are about to rip here. Bids moving up some more. Oh boy. Woo, we got close to breaking over 31. XBIO still testing 425. I don't like this little double top we're getting here. Need to get, this candle needs to break over the top of this green candle. If it doesn't break back over this 3108 on this candle, then this will probably have a big pullback. We're holding up strong so far. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There we go. That's what we want to see. Now let's see this thing explode. This thing is so close to trying to explode. 32.84 is the previous high. The break at 32.84, and then you could get some heat. Some real crazy heat. We are just slowly creeping. So we've only had 1 million in volume so far. So if we start getting big buying volume, like we start getting 1 million candles in volume, this boy could go. Looks like we're going to come up and test 32. Can we break 32? Testing it again. 32 starting to break down some. Ooh, let's see here. Are we going to get super frisky? Oh, breaking through 32. Bid starting to try to stack at 32. See, I'm up $84. Don't want to. Well. We're testing this 32 hard. It is close to trying to break it. We've pretty much went straight up so far, no pullback, so that's starting to concern me some. But we are getting pretty strong buying in here. Okay, now we're starting to get a little indecision here. Let's see, this candle's fixing to close in 30 seconds. See if it can push back up to 32. We want it to close over 31 on this candle. We don't want it to close below 31. Yeah. So indecision there. If this candle starts turning red, I'm out. If this candle starts turning green, I'll stay in. And it is starting to try to turn green. Oh yeah, looking real good. Looking real good. Still got to break this 32 though. Come on. Let's see it. 32 back on the ask. There we go. There we go. Breaking through 32. Another good test. We just got to continue that momentum. Starting to pull back again, so we may start consolidating in a little flag here. Is what it looks like. It's starting to. PBTS still under that 200-day moving average. Let's see, what do we look like on the 15-minute? 15 minutes look like a possible 3-bar play. Oh, here we go. Breaking up out of the top of that little triangle there. That was some little bit of quick consolidation. Testing 3250. 3284 was that previous high. That's going to be pretty strong resistance. Still getting hung up at 32. There we go. Got a bid, one bid on 32. There we go. Bid starting to stack at 32. Oh, no, still not hanging in there. There we go. Okay, they're starting to build. If we can see 32 stay on the bid. XBIO breaking 425, so that's starting to move. Very nice. Do not like the fact that the bids are not staying at 32. Got 30 seconds on this candle. Let's see how it closes. Not yet, Sicilian, not yet. I'm trying to give it a chance to see if it's going to break out. Because if it, like I said, if it breaks this area, it could go really big. See it. How's XBIO looking? XBIO is looking good. Probably will push to 450 before it starts getting any resistance, any major resistance. Now we got bids over 32. That's what we want to see. I don't know. We're back down to 32 again. Yeah. Oh, here we go. We just hit 32.98, breaking up. New high a day there. Can it push over 33 at this point, though? Yeah, we started holding 32. Pretty strong here. As long as we keep seeing these bids push up, and we stay off of 32 even. Finally getting the actual pullback. I'm gonna put a stop loss under 30.50, I think. So I'm gonna put it, yeah, I'm gonna put it right below 30.50. So that way I lock in something guaranteed, but I want to give it a chance to try to, because it's not dumping yet. It's still holding the 10 adaptive. So my stop loss is, well, it's not even a stop loss. It's a profit loss, or a profit stop. Is right there under that consolidation. So if that consolidation breaks up, we'll be good to go. But let's pop over to XBIO as it's starting to move. How did I get at this? I got 60 shares of XBIO. And to see a break 450. Take my profit, high pivot. I mean, it could be a high pivot, but there's not really any reason for it to get for 33 to hold up as resistance. It did, but it's really not 33, it's 32. It's right across there that's holding up. Let me go ahead and delete this channel here. But that's where we're getting held up at, is 32 even. So if we get a break and hold over 32, I mean, we're just consolidating right now. There's no pivot going on yet. It looks like it could be a pivot, but there's no reason to get frisky and jump out of it yet. XBIO, let's see, 410. Alright, see, look here, look at here. Might get a bullish engulfing candle over this past previous selling on this last candle. I'll move my stop up a little bit more. It'll let me move it. I hear you, One Life. I hear you. XBIO coming back down. I don't like that pullback. Let's see, we do. What we got? Some support at like 415. Ooh. Do not like that at all. So I'm just going to put a stop loss. Let me just get out of it. Where did I want to put it? Where did I want to put that stop loss at? Put it, yeah, let's put it like right, maybe right there. Yeah, that looks good. That's a good spot. Yeah. Oops. All right, ACY, we're still testing. Yeah, I've got the TD phone app in case something like that happens. Absolutely. Any brokerage that you have, you definitely want to have an app on your phone in case your power goes out for any reason, or, a lot of different things. A lot of things can happen. Looks like we're going to test 33 here. We're going to try to give it another test, creeping up slowly to it. I hear you, One Life. I hear you talking. But I'm guaranteed a win on this regardless. So why not sit here and let it try to break? If it doesn't break, it doesn't break. I don't win as much as I could have. But if it does break here, then the upside is going to be pretty big. So, it's a no risk play at this point. I'm in the profit regardless. I'm gonna give it a chance to try to break out. It's riding right up the 10-day adaptive too. Like, it hasn't cracked below the 10-day adaptive. It's still showing very bullish movement as we are seeing it start to push up to 33. It's not greed, it's continuation trading. I wasn't being greedy when I traded and swung BT from $5 to $20. I've been doing this on multiple plays where I am not just selling as soon as I get a little bit of profit. And you see, there's a lot of selling pressure there. I'm not saying it is going to break out, but I'm saying I'm going to let it try. No, what are you talking about? My stop loss is right there under the consolidation. I'm not going to give back $120. What are you talking about? Are you paying attention? You don't see that big red stop loss right there, way above my entry? I hear you guys, but like, I'm literally going to be in profit one way or another. I have a stop loss in above 30. So it is getting rejected really hard here, so I probably will get stopped out, but that's okay. Maybe, though. As long as it holds that 10 adaptive, it's fine. Got 3 minutes on this candle. Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. I put a stop loss in on XBIO, so I'm good there. Happy with that. Okay, so there. ACY stopped out, so $55. That was worth the little gamble. And this may have just been a wick to stop me out. So now that I'm out of it, we can look at other plays. Or I can continue to watch this one. It hasn't even cracked yet. You're saying that it's cracked like it's already dropping. It's not dry. It just stopped me out on this little tail wick. It's still holding above $30. Calm down. You are so concerned. Freaking me out, man. You're freaking me out, man. PBTS trying to build back up to that 200 day. Got a little triangle going on there. SBI trying to hold up. It's not a pivot until it pivots. It is not pivoted yet. The pivot has to continue to happen. The pivot is not continued. It is almost a pivot. I hear you, but it's still not dropping down yet. You know, you're calling something before it's even happened. You're calling it a pivot and acting like that's solid and concrete. That's not happened yet. So you can't sit here and act like it's solid and concrete that this is a pivot. It's not pivoting. It's still going sideways. So I just got stopped out on XBIO, $3 loss there. This is sideways consolidation. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing has happened. The bottom support is right there at 30. The top of this resistance is right there at 33. This is no pivot. This could still easily break out. That's like seeing a rain cloud and saying, "Oh man, it's gonna storm bad." But you don't know that just because it's a rain cloud. The rain cloud might just move on by and not even drop any rain. So see, we're still sideways in this. Still no pivot action yet. The high of the year is at 38. So I mean, it just you're using one little thing on a stock that has had explosive moves over and over again, been building up on a trend line, a beautiful trend line here. It could pivot, but until it does, it's not a pivot. You can't just call it. You can't, there's a lot more to it than just saying, "Oh, this is a pivot point at a high that's just going to drop." It could, but again, it still hasn't happened yet. Until it happens, your guess is as good as mine of what's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to break out here, but I also don't know if it's going to fall. It could do either one. We're in consolidation. In consolidation, there's only two options, down or up. And until it makes that decision, until buyers and sellers have figured that decision out, then, now it's starting to make a decision. And it's still sketchy on making a decision because it's still trying to push back up into that little thing. We do have a curl now. It is starting to look like a pivot. Now you can say it's a pivot. Although it might not be much of a pivot. Let's see, let's look at this. Okay. So there we have a trend line. So let's remove that so we can see this trend line. We can take that out too. A lot of support at 30. But if it doesn't hold 30, it could drop all the way back down to 25.50 at the bottom of this trend line. Skills. Yeah, I'm gonna check skills. What's the ticker symbol? Oh, let's see. Is it with a Z? Yeah, I'm gonna need to know the ticker symbol on that. One Life. The high a day was. This is not the first high a day on this. This is like the third high a day. People were buying at the high a day multiple times. Pre-market high was at 27. Pre-market high was here. So literally every candle that it pushed up was making a new high a day. So, I mean, like what? People bought at the high a day 5-6 times here in a row. So who's to say that they were going to stop at 33? And it's still holding up 30. I do understand. I understand how pivot trading works just fine, but pivots are not the end all be all of everything. Just because there's a possible pivot forming doesn't mean you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not arguing with you I said that it could be a pivot. What I'm arguing is that you are jumping to conclusions way too fast by saying it's a pivot when it's not for sure a pivot yet. You were calling it a pivot right back here, and this could have easily broke up over 33. It tried multiple times. Like, that's not the end. Like, this is a clear pivot on XBIO. Shot up and then dropping right back down. But it didn't hit a high a day or anything. So that's nothing to do with it. Like if you need to feel that right about it, if you really want to get the little warm butterflies in your stomach because you need to feel right about something, go ahead. You can feel right about it. So what was that one I was looking at? Oh, the skills one. No PR. I don't like this at all. Why would anybody like this? It's on a straight down trend line, so it's got to break 15, and even if it does break 15, the 50-day is also right around that area, and then the 200 is at 18. And it's not even up to those. It's down below the 10-day moving average. So like all of this This is what it's got to get through to make a move. That is a lot of resistance. Now, it could pop up from 11 maybe to 15. You know, maybe if you're looking for a swing or something, but I wouldn't touch it, personally. And we're still holding up 30 pretty good. Yeah, people saying stocks are gonna be great. I don't listen to any of that. That's the same type of mentality where people are still holding AMC, and this is what happened to it. So, I mean, it is low. That stock is low. It is possible it could get some bounces, but I don't know anything about the company. I'm just looking at the technical analysis of skills, and it's ugly. I mean, there's no reason why. I mean, buy low, sell high, I guess. I mean, the previous low is at 1035. But, like, why did this thing go down this much? Why did it go from 46 all the way back down to 11? I want to know that question. You called this one life, you called it. Same way I said that it could get held up at 33. I said it's got to break 33 if it's going to continue running. I said that way back here. Same thing as saying a pivot. But it didn't break 33. At this point, you didn't know if it was going to break 33. You can pretend like you knew that it wasn't going to break and this was going to happen. You can pretend like that all you want. But like I said, if you need that to make yourself feel better, whatever your problem is today, then you go ahead, buddy. I understand. I'm not going to knock you for getting your dopamine fix, trying to be right on social media. So look here, PBTS rejected at that 200-day moving average. This is exactly what I was talking about on this. This is why I didn't want to touch this one. Everything that is below those moving averages, especially the 200, always has issues breaking out. And even in that consolidation triangle, starting to dump. X1 could possibly start getting some movements. Break a 25 and that could start rolling. Only 22 million in shares. I'm going to put that one on watch. Got a nice little U-shape forming. Volume is decreasing at the moment. SCY coming back down to the 40 DMA. You didn't. How you gonna try to flip it on me? The thing I just said to you, you're gonna try to flip it on me? Wow. Wow. Impressive. Impressive. I see. Oh yeah, that's that one with that merger getting bought out. NAOV's looking pretty decent here. If we get a break of 3. Kinda like it here, maybe. Yeah, Daniel B, but I said that. Or not Daniel B, but One Life, I said that. I said it was a resistance area at 33. It shouldn't get held up there, but it was getting held up there, and until it broke, it was not going to break over it. I didn't disagree with you. That's the thing you're not understanding. I'm not disagreeing that it could have been, that it was a pivot point or not a pivot point. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying something totally different. Just look, for example, when Neuro ran up to 15 to 38, you could have said a million different times on the way up there that each level was a pivot point or whatever, and it wouldn't have mattered. It kept exploding. So it doesn't matter. It's not a set in stone thing. That's what I'm telling you. I'm trying to teach you something. Stop pretending everything is so set in stone. There's nothing set in stone about the stock market. There's nothing. Nothing is set in stone because these are people. Everybody buying and selling are people. So people are unpredictable. Can you predict a lot of stuff? Sure. But you can't say it like it's set in stone because then you are just being crazy. And you can pretend all you want. But you never hear me say, this is going to break 100% for sure, or this is going to drop 100% for sure. I never say either of those things. I always say this could do that, or it could do that. And it's got to do this here for it to do that there. And that's how I say it, because you never know. So you were right this time, sure. But I guarantee, I know for a fact that you've played that same pivot before and ended up leaving tons of money on the table. So you can sit here and pretend all you want to. It's okay, buddy. I'm not mad at you. I didn't even disagree with you. As far as the pivot point. You're arguing that I was trying to disagree with you, and that's not the argument I was making. Boy, it is ugly right now. I'm not a good trader if I don't know for sure. Okay. What is the point of a stop loss? If you knew everything for sure, then you wouldn't have to use stop losses. You're just talking crazy now. Like, if you could know everything for sure that's going to happen in the stock market, you'd be a billionaire. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Saying and pretending otherwise is just asinine. Let's do this. Here's a better question. Did I win on the trade? Yes, I did. Do we need to have a conversation about it more than that? I don't think so. It was a win. So I don't know what you were teaching me about my win. Let's just go there. And then that way that's the end of the conversation. Did I win or lose? I won. That's it. That's all that matters. Everything else, throw it out the window. Shove it up your butt, whatever you want to do with it. I don't care. Fact is, I won on the trade. No reason to talk about it anymore. You were right. It was a pivot point, and I may get back in. Maybe. I am interested on X1 as it's like slowly creeping. And X1 had this little gap up. It's above all EMAs, but it's an indecision candle on the daily so far, and it just hasn't made its mind up which way it wants to go. But if it breaks 25, it could really get going. Let's see. 25.94, about $1. That could move right there. It may get held up there. 30. Probably would be some resistance. So this is a decently possible play. So NALV is trying to come back up to 3. We have this little triangle on the daily. Let's see, where's those candles getting held up? Oh yeah, it's that break of 3. That's what we need to see. Time is it 9? Okay. FULC still selling off. Gold company dropping a little bit. That's okay. I'll probably buy more. CEV is down on the 200 day at 940. Possibly could see it bounce, but maybe not today. KNBE, that was a nice little move. Well, now you want me to keep watching ACY. Oh, it's the strongest chart. Now they could break out. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a shot on NAOV here, starting to break over 3. Where'd I get filled at? I got filled perfectly at 301. A little bit of selling at 310. And I don't know who you're talking about's getting upset. I've been laughing. You boys know I don't get upset. What are you talking about? I just sit here and make money or lose money. One of the two. That's all I do. Beautiful move. Breaking 3 up to 325. We are getting held up at that 325 a little bit. Oh, we hit a high a day at 323 on this one. Let's see if we get a pivot point at 323. Let's see how set in stone this is. It very well could. It could come back down at 325. It is getting some pressure there. 335 is the top of this candle, though. Holding up pretty decent so far. Still a lot of selling above 3 here. Yeah, a lot of selling at 310. See if they get taken out or not. Yeah, there they go. They're starting to get taken out. Excellent. That was nice. Just a little bit of selling there at 310. No big deal. Buyers need to hold 310 support. They're trying. Oh, they just got taken out. Being float. More selling there. Slowly getting taken out. There we go. Ooh, a lot of selling at 315. So that first push up, I guess, kind of shocked the sellers or the shorters or whatever, because now they're trying to come in, but getting taken out. 315 about to break down. Very nice. Just took out a ton of selling there in that last little few minutes. Looks like we're going to try to give 325 another test here. Got pushed down again. See ACY coming back up. Yeah. Nice move coming back up on ACY, but going to run into 32 again. And it's about to test it right now. Because I only had 20 shares in ACY, so 20 shares from 27.79, so basically 28 up to 30 where I got stopped out at 30.55. So that's $2.50 on 20 shares, about $55. The NAV is struggling to break that 325 area. can be. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna just go ahead and put a stop. Let's see, did I buy 60? Okay, why is it at 50? Or why was it at 60 if I had bought 50? That don't make any sense. I'm just gonna put a stop loss at 294 for now. Yeah, that's not bad. But we're basically just trying to hold up $3 support at this point. If $3 can hold as support, then it can continue to run. Well, never mind. So $3 loss there. So One Life, you said this wasn't a pivot. At high a day, you sure? What happened? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are you timing out Sicilian, bro? Don't untime Sicilian. Don't I'm gonna take your wrench away. Why did you time him out? Why did you delete his messages? I did not say that he's a normal subscriber. What do you think about that? I put you in timeout, One Life. I'm gonna take a quick break, real quick. Um, well, we're gonna have a chat about a chat. We're gonna have a chat about the chat. Real quick, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Sicilian, hang around, man. That you can't we can't be putting normal subscribers in timeout. I don't know what he said, but still, just because you got the band hammer, I sit here and I let you and Daniel B sit here and talk crazy all day, and the moment somebody else says something, you're gonna hit them with the band hammer, man. What am I doing? I'm not the one who banned somebody. I don't know who's a normal subscriber. Sicilian's a normal subscriber. What are you doing, Daniel B? Anyway, I'm gonna take a break real quick. I'll be right back after these two get out of the timeouts, and we'll go from there. All right. Oh man, you broke your thumb again, Elvis? Stop breaking your thumb, man. Are these two still not out of timeout yet? I could probably pull. Let me see if I can pull. No, I can't pull anybody out of timeout once they're in timeout. Well, like I said, it may be an accident. I'm not going to take your word for that, DB. Remember the story of, his old story of the boy who cried wolf. And how many times have you cried wolf in this chat about so many different things? So, look at that. See, that's the rip I was looking for on ACY. This is the same rip. That rip could have easily happened back here. But very nice continuation. Beautiful. Got room up to that 38. Alright. One life says it's an accident, so we'll let it fly. No, there'll definitely be for sure going to be more stock talk. I don't think I'm going to. I only have a little bit of funds left, so I'm not going to take any more trades anyway. So I'm green on the day. That was together on my 2 wins. That's 97, and I lost 1184, which is about 15, and then 18 on NAOV. So I'm about $80 up on the day. So that makes up for just about all my losses yesterday. So I'm not going to try to force anything with the little bit of funds that I do have. So if there's any stocks or anything like that, any questions or anything or anything you guys want me to look at, we can go ahead and start looking at those things. This $9 losses, I'm still in on DRD. This is a gold stock. Actually, I'll tell you what I will do. Let me go look. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. Stop trying to play pocket pool. First, let's pull. I got this pulled up for POWW. Lauren, if you're still in here. Lauren, are you still in here? After the chaos we had? Let me know you're still in here, and we'll take a look at the actual the numbers behind POWW. But I do want to look what Elvis was talking about. Silver dropping to 22. See, Bitcoin's dropped all the way down. Yeah, so that pulled back to where I was expecting if it didn't break over 45. So crypto's having a little drop today across the markets. You're still in here? Okay. So let's see. Yeah. We can go ahead and remove this big triangle. So basically, silver is at the bottom of this channel right now, at this 23 level. Right across there. And this is the top of the channel. Let me get off a 4-hour chart here so I can look at this back. Yeah. So if it can't hold this channel, it could drop back down to 15. If it drops back down to 15, I'm buying it up. See what's gold doing. Ooh, gold dropped under 17. I missed that little drop. But gold still trying to hold in the triangle. It did drop below it, but it dropped below it there as well. Oil down too. All the commodities are down. And the reason why is because the dollar is still trying to show strength. There's a lot of false confidence. So anyway, PWW. Let's see, balance sheet. I like the debt to assets. Only 11% debt to assets. Total assets have been climbing. Very nice. Big climb in 2020 on their assets. Liabilities, they're actually down from last year, so that's good. We got negative cash flow, though. I don't like the negative cash flow. Cash from financing activities. So they financed a lot of cash. $77 million in float, pretty low float. So whatever this 138 million, well, that's positive though. Here it is. Issuance. So they must have just done an offering here recently. Some type of offering. And they raised 130 something million. So I don't like that. I don't like that they did that. But it is one to keep. You know, maybe they're restructuring and whatnot. 2020 maybe it hit them pretty hard. Gold and silver are not investments. Buy a Peloton bike. God. Wow. Yeah. Wow. That's something. That's some words there. I actually do agree with you on that one life. I do agree that metals are getting overshadowed by cryptos. That is happening. But it's not about young or old people. It's about demand and supply. Supply and demand. So right now there's not a lot of demand for gold because the dollar index is up and cryptos were hot. And cryptos still could be hot, but they could also be going to drop down back to the previous lows we were at. So that's very sweet, Daniel B. That is literally one of the sweetest things you've ever said. You sweet boy. Let's do a poll. Actually, no. As far as that article, no. I'm glad to see mainstream media. Every time mainstream media starts talking trash about something, that makes me more bullish on it. Mainstream media was talking about AMC and GameStop. Both of those, it was all over the media, and I ignored both of them. Played cryptos because cryptos were low and getting bad PR in the media. And then now you see cryptos have come back up, and AMC and GameStop died. And now they're starting to say nobody wants gold and gold and silver are bad investments. Lovely, I'm buying more. Drop the prices down. I love it. Drop silver and gold prices down, just out of curiosity. Um, just to see. I'm gonna Google something real quick. I might not be able to find the answer to this right away, but we'll see if I can find it real quick. ACY looks like it wants to continue to run. MediaTek's chips. Okay. I'm having a hard time finding this, but I'm pretty sure about it. So anyway, the Peloton bikes have MediaTek's chips in them, so that because they have a computer chip in them, more than likely there's gold or silver in that computer chip. So for your whole Peloton bike to even run, Daniel B, you have to have gold and silver. So just throw that out there. I was trying to verify, but there's not really any. Like maybe if I go to MediaTek's website, I might be able to find it, but I can't. I'm like trying to find what their chips are made out of, but I'm pretty sure they've got to have some gold and silver in it. I don't know anybody who's making chips without gold and silver in them. Yeah, they're not going to say. INO. See what's going on with INO. Yeah, pretty much going straight up, but running in the 200-day right now. It's going to have to break 10 before. Yeah, 200-day is right where it's hitting. And then $10 is going to be next resistance. So this whole area, 975 to 10, is going to be very, very strong resistance. Yeah, and then you got that previous high right there of 993. So tons of resistance it's got to get through. And ACY pulling back down. Needs to break that downtrend at 34. I'm going to add. Well, I don't even have enough to do that. There we go. I'm going to add 5 to my DRD swing. My gold stock. But the demand for gold is going to be there. And when the US dollar gives out, gold and silver will run regardless of crypto, because all the institutions will come over to gold and silver. Not all the institutions are going to be able to invest in crypto. There's no correlation because most people don't know that that chips have silver and gold in them. There should be a correlation between cryptos and gold and silver, and it's not, it's not being looked at either. But for green energy, you're going to need silver and copper for sure. You're probably going to need gold too for the chips. Like everything that is going on, all these technological advancements require gold, silver, and copper because those are the best conductivity metals. So there's going to be a demand for gold and silver no matter what. Potential oversupply of metals? I don't think so. If you go look at a lot of the mining companies, they're not even pulling the highest grades of gold ore out anymore because they are having a hard time getting the high grade ore. They're having to dig deeper. Oh. Um, exactly, Lauren. Exactly. So institutions that for that reason right there, there will be. I mean, there already is institutions coming into cryptos for sure. But it's kind of the same. It's a similar thing with gold and silver, because once you buy it, as long as you don't sell it, you don't have to report it until you sell the gold or silver. You can just keep holding it and not pay taxes or anything. The taxes won't come in until you sell it. So both. That's why that and that right there is why if cryptos drop, institutions would run out of them, and if the stock market is dropping, they're not going to come back into the stock market. So they're only going to have a couple other places to go. They can go to cash, but with high inflation, going to cash would be a bad idea for the institutions, especially with as much money as they would be putting in, or they would go to gold and silver. So no, so as of now, um, there's different. I'm not very adept at taxes. I've tried to learn the tax system, but it's ridiculous. But the difference between what Lauren is saying and what you're talking about, One Life, capital gains tax is different. Capital gains tax is for short term trading and investing. So the longer you hold something, there's a time period somewhere where it no longer becomes capital gains tax and turns into a different type of tax, basically, from my understanding. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, as far as selling any asset, yeah, you're going to have to report taxes on it. But see, like if gold goes down in price, you're not going to have to report anything because it's not being treated as a depreciated asset. Um, but whereas cryptos, as long as they're going up, those companies don't have to pay taxes on those gains. And see, the difference is why that's a big deal. The difference is they can directly start spending cryptos now. You've got several um, cards coming out, Visa cards and stuff like that. And of course, the institutions aren't just going to use a Visa card, but they can spend directly from a crypto account. From if you've got physical gold and silver, you're not going to be able to take it and spend it just as gold as silver. Well, you probably could, but more than likely, like if you go to Starbucks or something and try to give the waitress a piece of gold, she's not going to more than likely not understand and be like, nah, we only take cash or credit. Now, if I was working at a Starbucks and somebody wanted to pay gold for their coffee, I'd be like, yeah, give me that piece of gold, and I'd pay the $2 cash for their, or the $4 cash for their coffee myself out of my pocket. But a lot of people don't realize, or even they don't even know how really to look at gold and silver. Yeah, that's another thing. That hurts. It's a double-edged sword thing. That's why I don't the crypto regulations, there's not many, but the way it's set up, they can avoid paying the taxes, but it doesn't show, like Lauren's saying, it doesn't show as an asset. It's a weird thing with cryptos, but it's going to change at some point. I don't know what it's going to change to, but like I said, I'm not adept. I probably got things wrong the way I'm saying it. I don't know. The tax system's stupid. That's why I have a CPA. I pay somebody money to know all that stuff for me. Daniel B, what are you talking about, man? How? Gold, that's insanity. That doesn't make any sense. Gold has been on an uptrend forever. How has gold made people lose more money? Like if you had gold in 1979 or 1976 when they took the dollar off the gold standard and you still holding it today, that's a lot of money. I don't care if he has a link or not. It doesn't make sense. That goes against the chart of gold. It goes against the price chart of gold over the last 50 years. Like that doesn't make any bit of sense. Like that is some crazy talk. Listen, if you guys don't like gold and silver, that's fine. I'm not telling people to go out and buy gold and silver. Am I buying it? Absolutely. I like it. It has uses. Even if, the physical gold and silver stays in the same price for a couple of years or whatever, I could always melt the silver and gold down, make it to jewelry, and sell it at jewelry at a high premium. I could turn it into bullets, and if ammunition is super high like it's been, then I could sell gold and silver bullets. Atmex has been sold out of silver bullets for like months now. Oh, God. That's what Goldman Sachs says? Oh, boy. Oh, boy, because I trust Goldman Sachs. I'm going to blow all y'all's minds right now. Some of you know this. In One Life and DB, you already know this, but for some reason, you guys don't believe it. But that is absolutely fine. But I'm going to show everybody else because we have a lot of new subscribers and I've not talked about it in a while. And you know it's coming. So, really quickly, this is the World Econ Forum. Yeah, you're talking about jewelry, though. I do have jewelry, but I also have bars and rounds of silver and gold, so it's not like... But anyway, this is the World Econ Forum. They're doing a great reset. This is not or they're attempting to do the reset. This is not conspiracy theory. This is the World Econ Forum's website. And if you go down to their partners, you can go check this out. But you go down to their partners. If I can find it again, where's it at? Yeah, our partners. And they have a whole list of partners. If you scroll down here. And we can go to G. And who do we got there? We got Google and we've got, where are you at, Goldman Sachs? Oh, right above Google, Goldman Sachs. Look at that. So... the guys, the big elites and stuff who are trying to do this great reset, I'm not going to listen to shit they've got to say about gold and silver, or anything for that matter. So if you want to go check that out, I'll pull it back. I'll give you guys the link so you can see it for yourself. And this is not conspiracy theory, no matter how much you want it to be conspiracy theory. They live streamed on YouTube. You can go find their YouTube channel. They had President Xi Jinping of China on the live stream. They had multiple world leaders. So if you don't know about this, if you're not aware about this, go take a look at it. But yeah, I'm not trusting anything from Goldman Sachs. Nothing. Especially no articles. But I agree with you, One Life. Let's pull the charts up here. Well, that's his fault. He bought gold at the top of the price of it. That's the that's. I mean, that's not gold's fault that your buddy was a dumbass. Like, you can't. That's a terrible example. He listened for one. He bought at the high, and then for two, he listened to the experts. I'm talking about buying gold and silver while they're down. I have not bought gold at 2,000 or anywhere, or silver up at 30 or whatever. I've bought it all. Every piece that I own is still below the prices that it's at. But I want to add to silver probably and gold if they. Well, see, look, silver's already pushed back up off of that. But okay, anyway, here's the weekly chart of silver back to 1967, uptrend. Gold. Back to, you could go way back here, but you can see since 1834, gold has went from $10 all the way up to, all the way up to $1,800. So the SPY is only at $443. And the SPY was at $40 in 1994. So let's see, where was gold in 1994? Let's do that comparison. Gold in 1994 was worth $352. So gold is outperforming the price of the SPY for the last 50 years. It's still above it. Gold is three times the amount. One ounce of gold is three times the amount of one share of the SPY. What do you mean I said buy at the highs? If I said buy at the highs, then I said the wrong thing. Who's going to hold the SPY for 55 years? I mean, what are you talking about? Plenty of investors and stuff, people hold things for 55 years. If you would have held gold for the last 55 years, you'd be a millionaire, at least. So, silver's still extremely cheap. And this doesn't make much sense why silver's as cheap as it is. See, look, One Life, I will hold SPY for 30 plus years. And if you hold the SPY for 30 plus years, it may get up to like 700. Whereas gold in 30 years could be at a value of an ounce all the way up to, 32, 38, who knows. Yeah, a lot of people pass coins down from generation to generation. That's a great point, John Valver. There's plenty of people who do that, who give their pass the gold down. No, I'm not buying gold right now to hold it for 55 years. You're the one who brought that question up. I never said I was holding gold for 55 years, but I might. I might never sell it. The S&P 500 was 167 in 1984. Exactly. Your wife and her grandma has gold coins from the 70s. That's what I'm saying, Mike. My dad has a bunch from the 50s and 60s, old quarters and dimes and stuff. Those are all silver. Any let me put this out there. If gold and silver are not valuable, then why did the government stop making coins in gold and silver and then took back all the gold and silver coins out of circulation? They started doing that around like when they took the dollar off the gold standard, they started trying to get back all the silver of all the quarters and dimes, and there is some nickels, but any quarter and dime below 1965, I think it is, are 90% silver. So why did the government take all that back out of there? Why is the government giving you paper money? Why did they take the silver and gold away and keep it, but gave all of us fiat currency? Here, take this paper money. Oh, COVID's happening. Here, take some more money. Oh, here's some tax return money. Take some more of this green cash money. We're going to take all the gold and silver, but you take all the cash. You guys like cash. Why? Answer me that question. Well, I don't know your ex-wife, so I'm not going to say that. Yeah, PBTS still coming back up, but until it breaks that 200, it's not going to do anything. It's got to break 220, and then it's got to hold and confirm support. It could easily come back up to 220 and then just get rejected again. But it could break. There's no telling. But you got to wait. I mean, you could try to get in here and look for the break of 220. You could get in early. I wouldn't mind that myself. Like if I was going to get in for the break, I would get in right there at 2 for that 2 support to hold, and probably have a stop loss at like 190, so like a 10-cent stop loss. And then you at least get up to 220. You could lock in that 20 cents of profit or lock in part of it if it doesn't break. Lock it out the rest of the way. But if it does break, then you're at least in there with some padding. But I don't think it's going to break 220 today. Boom. Bobby nailed it. That is the answer to that question I asked. Because we are the peasants. And the peasants always get stuck in the hamster wheel and run by the people in power, and they're made poorer and poorer and poorer. And that's what we are seeing. That is what's happened. All the inequities, all the stuff that the left yells about was not caused by capitalism, was not caused by white people. It was caused by the people in power of the government, whatever their race was. But the people of the power and government have done this to all of us. As soon as they took the dollar off the gold standard, the currency supply, they gained full control of, and they tax us in the US dollar, and that's how they control us. When you get in trouble, what do? They fine you. So you're punished by the US dollar, you're taxed by the US dollar. Their complete control over us is the currency supply. And they was able to do that when they took the currency off of the gold standard and made it into a fiat currency, because that is the whole thing of a fiat currency, is it only is backed by the government's word. And I don't know about you guys, but the last couple of years has made me really not trust the government whatsoever. So that's why I say that US dollars are worthless to me, and they're only used as a vessel to transport between things. Now that we have cryptocurrencies, I can buy gold with cryptocurrencies. I can buy a house with cryptocurrencies. I've got a Coinbase Visa debit card. I can go buy whatever I want with cryptocurrencies. I don't need the government's stupid money, and they can keep it, and they can keep their control, and they can go suck a big Welsh schlong, like I said about the CDC the other day. There you go, right there. Yeah, that's true too. I forgot about that. Josie's right. In 33, during the Great Depression, they actually came into people's houses and took their gold and silver. Let's see. Freaking out about the labor shortage. It's not there's a shortage of people and realize what they're worth and won't come back until companies. No, there's not a shortage of people. there is wage problems. There absolutely is. But the whole reason there's wage problems in the first place is because of minimum wage. The government said, hey, all you businesses, you no longer have to compete for wages. You can pay everybody, say, $7.25 and it's okay. So if they don't compete for wages, then wages stay stagnant. See, that's why I say all these problems go back years. None of this stuff that's happening now in 2020 and 2021, it didn't start overnight. This is decades of the government's nonsense that has led up to where we're at now. Yeah, exactly. You know, making PayPal and other online payment portals to have to report anything. Yeah, Bobby, same thing. If they, I mean, that's possible. I mean, they locked us down in our houses, you know, the whole last year. At that point, I mean, everybody would have been divided and separate, so they could have easily sent soldiers in, or FBI or CIA or anything, to come start confiscating stuff. I mean, the new one of the new bills that they were trying to pass was going to allow them the power to confiscate guns from people's houses for some special reason. I forgot what the exact reason was, but I didn't need to know the reason because there's not a thing in the Constitution that says that the government can take your guns, or that the government the thing with the Second Amendment people don't understand is it's the Second Amendment was not made to protect the government. The Second Amendment was made to protect the people from their government. That's why they put in the right to bear arms no matter what, because governments have overreached and ruined empires throughout history. The forefathers knew that. They had history books back then. Rome fell, Egypt fell, the Mongolians fell. China has had plenty of empires come and go. You know, there's plenty of instances in history, and we're at that spot. We're at that cycle of where America is the next empire to fall. Yeah, if Bernie Sanders says that, you know, if he's like you can't touch guns, and yeah, he's pretty far left, and he still says that. So now I'm not trying to make the stream political. Let me be clear about that. I don't have any political ties to any of these nonsense political parties. I personally am a cryptotarian, which is something I made up, but basically a libertarian who believes that governance should be run on the blockchain because then you don't have human greed or human flaws that get in the way. And then everybody gets to vote equally on the governance of the blockchain technology. But when we're talking about economics, we do have to talk about politics a little bit to understand why the economy is the way it is. So I don't like really talking politics, but because it's so, people get so butthurt about it, like they don't even, and nowadays people don't even, they're like too blind to even see past the nonsense shenanigans of mainstream media and what's going on. But it's impossible not to talk about the economy and not, or it's possible to talk about the economy and not talk about politics. See, William Bowen, what are you talking about? What's an easy swing? Exactly, Lauren. Exactly. You have to know what's going on to. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. That's the biggest problem, and why the country is so split is because people stopped having discussions. You know, they locked us all down, and everybody was sitting at home behind their computer screens, and you can say whatever you want on the internet and not have any recourse to the keyboard warriors. So, discussion is what drives innovation. Well, competition drives innovation, but as far as innovation in politics and academics and all of that, discussion and debate is what drives all of that. Without discussion and debate, there's no way to move forward as people. And that's why I love discussion and debate. I love having discussions and debates about stocks and all that stuff. Me and H&H Trader don't always agree. One Life and Daniel B will never agree with me on anything. even if they do agree, they're not going to admit they agree. But like, we need discussion, we need debate, we need different opinions. Like, I don't hate any political side as far as like the people who are in the parties. I don't hate people on the left. I just think they need to go learn economics. I don't I don't hate Republicans. I don't think they're terrorists like the mainstream media um, makes them out to be. Uh, you know, most people are just normal everyday people just trying to work, and they just want somebody to fix the damn problems. But that's the problem, is we got to stop relying on the government to fix things and just fix them ourselves, because the government is the ones who broke them in the first place. And if they broke them in the first place, why would you expect them to fix it? You know, so they blow a lot of smoke and say a lot of stuff. Like easy day trade. What are you talking about, William? Did you? I'm confused because you like putting little. Like, all I'm seeing is you said an easy 1 to 2% swings at the moment, and now you're saying like easy day trade. What exactly are you talking about? When I'm saying ACY is on watch. Eh, got to break 32. Got that downtrend. You don't even have to put the downtrend anyway. That 32 is just where it's got to break. I mean, as long as it's on this uptrend on the chart back here, ACY could continue to run. But I would look for it. That is building higher lows right now. Also, possibly could be a head and shoulders pattern. This would be a shoulder head there, and then if it does test 32 again and can't break 32, that would be another shoulder, and then it would sell back off down to the trend line. So yeah, it's got to break 32. If it doesn't break that 32 area strong, actually I would say 33, because that's where those wicks hit at. Well, no, the body's closed there. So yeah, 32. It's got to break 32. And then it could keep running. See, anything else do anything? FLGC looking like it's done. Going to drop out of that triangle. XBIO. And XBIO has been so choppy. It just looks good on the daily chart though, but I keep losing on XBIO. AHPI back down to $13. That's interesting. Here's the trend line on AHPI. And it may actually be done because it is below the trend line at the moment. Depends if it closes back above the trend line today, then AHPI could still keep running. But if it drops below this 13 and drops to like 12, then it's probably done. FLUC with a big old U shape here. Where's that pre-market high at 22? So this could start running. If it breaks 21, this could start moving. It has room up to 25. So you got about $4 possible in there on this guy. PBTS still in this triangle of consolidation. So this could break out here soon. It's a couple of different plays. X1 still going sideways. ZEF testing that 200-day. AMTX popping up there. I ain't see nothing there. Yeah, so right now, for the rest of the day, I would say, see, BTBT is trying to hold up that 10-day. So this could start being a play again the next couple of days, but I'd say keep an eye today on HPIA as it tries to stay above the trend line. ACY, if it can break this head and shoulders to the upside. NAOV, if it can re-break $3, that could get moving again. And then FLUC, that one as well, and PBTS. So you got about 4 or 5 stocks, if any of you guys are trading all day right now at the moment, that would that have some potential on them. Yeah, I mean, there has room up to 32 for sure. If it can push up there. Volume, though. Look at this volume. Look how light the volume's gotten. That last little bit of buying volume, though. I don't know. This may come back down on the trend line. I don't like the way that volume looks. Let's see, ENLV. NALV doesn't look terrible. It's above all the EMAs. Should have pretty strong support at 10. Yeah, it's got strong support at 10. What resistance are we going to run into? 11. So, yeah, right where it's running at. Into resistance at this 1150 is going to be resistance. It doesn't look like it's had very much volume. Yeah, 140,000 in volume. Too low of volume for me to want to look at this right now. Needs to get more volume in it. But it is on a nice little uptrend. It could start getting volume in it. What's the float? Yeah, very low float. So yeah, it's definitely worth keeping on watch. Major resistance at 15, but it does have room up to 15. Um, yeah, the breakout of PBTS would be at 220 because that's where the previous high is, and that's where the 200-day moving average is. Well, the 200 is actually at 216, but 4 cents away, it's still going to act. But even if it does break 220, you're going to have resistance at 250. And actually, that's a trend line. I just drew the triangle at the bottom there, but now that I see it in pre-market, it's on a trend line. So as long as it stays on this trend line, it'll be fine. But it's really at a tough area. It's got to break out here real soon. Let's see what the composite is doing. NASDAQ composite up a little bit. DIA is down. This ETF is selling off, so I imagine the SPY is too. No, the SPY is green. So this is really weird. This is why I don't like the SPY. Yeah, I agree with you. One Life on P. Well, I don't think it. Yeah, I think today you're looking at cents on PBTS, even if it does break out. I would like to see it hold today over the 200-day and close over $2. If it closes over $2 today, then it could actually rip dollars maybe tomorrow because it has had some dollar rips in the past. But just that resistance at 220 is a lot. And then 225 is natural resistance too. So just too much resistance in it ahead of it for today. But this is weird. See, the SPY dumped off and is holding up. DIA is selling off. And there's a small difference. Let me see how I can do it. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. We'll do it this way. So let's go 4 hour there, and then we'll go 4 hour on this one. And then we'll unlink that one. Oh, I see what's going on here. Let's get those off there. So, DIA versus the SPY, they're not that much different. The only difference is DIA is less weighted in tech. It's less weighted in those big companies. So DIA is number one weight is United Healthcare, and then Goldman Sachs is number 2, Home Depot number 3, Microsoft number 4. So you have a lot better spread of the stock market on DIA than you do on the SPY. So we go look at the SPY. Remember this number right here. Information tech 21%, financial 16%, healthcare 16%, industrial 16%. And then we go to the SPY. Whoops. And information tech 27% and only 13% healthcare, 11% on these other 4. So your top 5 of this is Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, Google. Those 5 stocks do not decide the whole entire stock market. And that's why I don't like the SPY. Because both of these, if the market was truly hot, both of these would be going up. And we're not seeing that. We're seeing DIA go the opposite of the SPY. They're not inverses. They were both doing the same thing the last few days, until today. So there's a disconnection there. This is being held up. Yeah, so Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, the top 5 that are in the SPY, they're all green. But look at how all the rest of the market is more red. We have a lot more red today than we do green. So I think SPY is more of a false confidence type of ETF to use, and a DIA is going to be a little bit more accurate. Because this makes more sense with this than the SPY does. Now, if you're looking at the SPY, you might as well just be looking at Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. So we are seeing that dip. Let's pop back over to the flexible, the flexible grid there. So we see right when DIA was kind of dropping. Let's see, I was looking at the 4-hour, right? Yeah, so you can see right there, that was at 10:30, the DIA started dropping. ACY 10:30, it was already dropping before that because we had hit a high, but still some selling that came in there. It is trying to test 32 now, but like I said, if it doesn't break here, it's the head and shoulders and it could dump off. PBTS starting to crack below $2 out of this triangle, so it's probably going to have a pullback here. Out of this triangle back down to like 180. And AOV still slowly climbing. But got to break 3. And so we'll watch ACY here for a few minutes. Because because I'm so bearish that I think the stock market is going to crash pretty hard. I mean, if the U.S. dollar, I was saying this yesterday, if the U.S. dollar crashes, then it doesn't matter about your stocks or your ETFs, because you're going to have to pull that money out of there and can put it into U.S. dollars to get the money out of there, which it'll then be worthless if the U.S. dollar is worthless, because the stock market is measured in value by the U.S. dollar. So if the U.S. dollar is worthless, then those stocks you're not going to be able to pull any money from it. Where physical gold and silver, the U.S. dollar goes to zero, I don't care anymore about the U.S. dollar. I will now trade and transact in gold and silver. Same with cryptos. I would transact with cryptos because I'm not like as big as a gold and silver guy as I sound like I am. I am in gold, silver, and cryptos. And well, I got some platinum too, but I like diversifying my money for multiple reasons. And I would never go all in on gold or all in on silver or all in on cryptos or all in on stocks. But I'm bearish stocks, I'm bearish the US dollar, I'm bullish precious metals, I'm bullish crypto. So that's where most of my money is right now, besides the cash that I have in this account that I'm using to day trade to try to beat inflation and make more money than, because it has happened multiple times in the past. Zimbabwe, Germany, Venezuela. Their dollars all became worthless because of too much money printing and government spending. And we've had that with the U.S. for a while now, not just since COVID, but since 2008 when the housing market crashed. They started QE, so money printing's been going on for over a decade. And you can't keep printing money. It's, I sound like a prepper with zero theory. I am diversified. I said that. I'm in gold, silver, platinum, and cryptos. And I have cash for now that I'm day trading with. And I do have a gold stock. But I'm not holding stocks. I'm not going to hold stocks when the stock market is hitting all-time highs over and over and over again, because the feds are buying billions a month. They told us they were buying billions a month in stocks and bonds. And like I've said plenty of times in the past, the moment they stop doing that, there's going to be $1 billion hole a month that's going to have to be filled for the market to hold up. Nobody's going to fill that hole. So the market will crash. It doesn't matter. Yeah, all the other countries are way less debt than we are. China is the closest country in debt to us. And they're not even over $1 trillion. We're 30 trillion in debt and climbing. The government is still spending. I also have real estate, though. I forgot to say real estate. Gold and silver and cryptos are not the same sector. So that's two different sectors, and then real estate. I'm not going to diversify into stocks, like I said, when the stock market is destined for a crash. At some point, they are going to taper, and when they taper, it will correct. Now, when it corrects after the market drops real big, if for some reason the US dollar is still able to hold up, then I will buy back in the stocks. But I'm not going to buy in the stocks at these highs. They're overinflated. I mean, we have inflation right now, so these prices are way too high across the market. I mean, everything is super overvalued. That's not a question. Like, you look at book values, we're way past book values. Exactly, Lori. I don't know where. Well, I own a triplex, Daniel B. So I mean that's some real estate. But I'm also looking for more real estate. Um, Lori Lee, there you go. Somebody outside the U.S. See, the U.S. We've got these blockers on. We've got these U.S. American flag sunglasses that are covered over our eyes all the time. The media in America keeps us in a bubble. If you go outside of the U.S., things are not the way that it seems. So, Lori, I'm glad you're in here to point that out. That that was in Romania. So that's another country. I didn't even know about Romania had their currency had went to zero. Yeah, see, Josie focuses on commodities and scalping indexes, but commodities, that's the thing. When fiat currency goes down, commodities go up. Josie's been trading for 30 something years, um, but yeah, like I've said multiple times about the U.S. dollar, it's fiat currency. It's backed purely by the government's word. So if you don't trust the government's word, then why would you be in fiat currency? Like, why would you be heavy in it? Like, if you're not using the fiat currency as a vessel to move your value to something else, then not a good idea. Like, I'll stay in cash for my day trading account as long as cash is holding up. But if cash doesn't hold up, then it'll go right into cryptos or gold and silver or something else. But with day trading and swing trading, it's more short term, so I can sit there and gain bigger gains than inflation with day trading. So I'm not worried about this cash at the moment. Daniel B agrees with me. That's why he's quiet. If he didn't agree with me, he would be speaking up. We've had this conversation before. I know he agrees with me. he's from outside the U.S. too, but he won't agree with me. He won't openly agree with me, but I know he does. Well, William, that's kind of, what life. That was not a crash. The government started buying stocks after that little correction of COVID, the 2020 correction. The market should have dropped a lot harder. The government came in and propped the market up. That's not healthy. That's not that's a terrible, just no. Exactly. He has no words because he agrees with me. If he had anything to say, he would have said it. But to your question, William, that's the big $1 million question. What is going to happen when the US dollar does tank and the stock market crashes? Will money go into silver and gold, or will it go into cryptos? Personally, I think a lot of it will go into cryptos, because if the US dollar crashes after the government and mainstream media has been saying that the economy's better and blah, 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 all the stuff they're saying, well, that's going to make a lot more people realize that they don't trust their government and they don't trust the currency. So I already don't trust the government. So I already have money in cryptos. I have my little hardware wallet. I have this little guy right here, this little ledger. If the government, whatever happens, they can't do anything about this. This little thing right here has cryptos in it. So this is cold storage, can't be hacked. The only way to hack this is you'd have to pry it out of my cold dead fingers. So the dollar hasn't tanked yet because it takes time. Like you have to think about everything. Like the currencies don't just crash overnight. It takes time, and because America has been the reserve currency for a long time, and America has a lot of resources, the positivity that America could, still be a big power in the world was keeping the dollar afloat. But they really turned on the money printing in 2008. So we've only had about 15 years of money printing. And in between that, even with the money printing, we still had rises in GDP. So bringing in money, loaning money out. A lot of countries were buying our treasuries and bonds. So when they do that, that keeps currency out of the U.S. economy. And the moment that all these other countries decide, oh, the U.S. cannot pay back their debt, they're going to throw all them bonds and treasuries back at us and any dollars they have, including the central bank. So when all those printed dollars that are not in the U.S. economy right now, they're all over the world being held in treasuries and stuff, when they come back, that's when the money supply will absolutely crash. But because there's only, even with the money printing, they gradually scale it up because they know the money goes out of the country. So the money supply that stays in America most of the time doesn't move that much. And with GDP rising, that can pay some debt off. But the overall trend of the dollar, 50-year downtrend, the debt of the United States, $30 trillion. And I'll show you guys this too. Here's another resource for you guys if you don't know about this. It'll really put it in perspective for you. But that's why I say everything is supply and demand. So the money supply, when it loses demand, it's going to lose value. And it's been losing demand for the past 50 years. while the supply is being increased because they're printing money. High supply, low demand, lower the prices. So the lower the demand goes for the US dollar around the world, and the more money they print, it's going to drive the value down of the US dollar. It's the natural law of supply and demand. There's no way around it. Just because America is a big country and was reserve currency, all of that doesn't mean anything. We are not bigger than the laws of nature. To think otherwise is just naive pride and whatever. Pride is the biggest downfall of humans, or one of the biggest downfalls. But like Josie said, talking about Gann and the cycles, the fiat currency cycle is 100 years. The American US dollar is almost at that 100-year mark. So even from cycle standpoint, the US dollar has had its time. But here's the US debt clock. So if this was a stock and this was the numbers of the stock, or if this was a business, this is absolutely dog shit horrible for a business. 28 million in debt with only 28 trillion in debt with only 3 trillion in tax revenue coming in. I mean, how are you going to pay that off? And then you can look, it'll tell you the interest paid. So we've paid 4 trillion in interest. Right? Our tax revenue is 3.6. Our US domestic gross product is 22 trillion. Now look at the spending though. Look at this. Total debt to GDP ratio, 143% in the negative. 143%. We looked at a stock earlier that was at 13% debt to asset, because that's basically the same thing. Debt to GDP would be similar to debt to asset or debt to revenue. I would never, ever in my life buy a stock or buy into a company that has 143% debt to GDP, debt to asset, or debt to currency rate. Like, never, ever. The U.S., just because it's the government, does not mean it's anything different. The whole world runs on supply and demand, and this right here is horrible. Horrible. Oh, we're just talking about some economics. I took some trades today, but I'm green on the day. Made 55 on ACY, made 42 swinging AHPI into market open this morning, and then I got a few losses, about 20 bucks in losses. So I'm up 80 on the day, still down a little bit on the week, but no big deal. But yeah, we're just talking some economics. Yeah, a correction is absolutely needed in the stock market, and it is going to come. And for you guys, I'll use the DIA instead of the SPY. So the DIA is starting to rebound. Nice to see that. But go to a max chart on the DIA or the SPY. You tell me, One Life, what is natural about this correction? It went straight down and then went straight back up. And the reason why, people stopped investing, they stopped believing in the stock market, they stopped believing in the currency and the ability of the government to be able to handle a pandemic. So everybody was dumping. We saw it. We were sitting here during the live stream trades every day last year when this dump happened. And then they said, we're going to turn the money printer on full speed. And what happened? As soon as they turned that money printer on full speed, phew, straight up ever since. Straight up out of that dip. And now it's leaning over. The higher it's getting, it's starting to lean over like a tree. It's like the tree. This is very close to the tree that fell on my power lines. A little bit longer, and this tree is going to fall over on these power lines. And it's going to there's going to be an outage in the stock market. So that's just not natural. There's nothing natural about that. You look at the rest of the history of the DIA or the SPY. I mean, this was a sell-off, but it didn't come straight back up. It went sideways for a while, kind of at a nice little angle, and then corrected, and then corrected. We've not had that at all. At all. When you look at it from the long-term time frame. Like that, there's a little correction there, but held up the 50-day, and then money printing shot straight back up. Like, correction, straight back up. Money printing, pew. And that's the thing. The higher we go, the bigger the correction's going to be, because you're not going to have, like, these EMAs are already spreading out. On the weekly chart, the 200 is way down at 273. So if it was to drop down there, that'd be almost an 80-point drop in the stock market. That would be quite a drop. And if we have that type of drop, and there's high inflation and all this other stuff, do you think people are going to come in and buy at that 200-day? Maybe. Maybe. But if the money printing is no longer working, why would you? At some point, that money printing is going to stop working. It only works for a little while. Yeah, Sam, I sold out because Sam, he was barking at me for holding an AHPI. Yeah, he's been quiet since, Elvis. He's been quiet because the market's been quiet. See, it's not just the debt, One Life. It's very easy to take one word out of a whole bunch of evidence and say, oh, this, like you just did. That does not counteract the whole entire discussion of all the different things that I've been pointing out. It's not just the debt. If you have a good argument, a good solid argument of why the SPY is only going to correct 10%, I would love to hear it. But saying that debt is nothing new, that's not an argument. It's not an argument whatsoever. Yeah, Sam is the best trading plan. Like, just because you say that, like, I'm sitting here spending 30, 40 minutes going through all types of different information for you just to say, that's nothing new. That's not even a discussion. That's just your small opinion with nothing to back it. This is the thing. I hope I'm not right about this. I don't want to be right about the US dollar crashing to zero. That's going to put, people are so financially ignorant today, and it's not their fault necessarily, because I think finances should be taught in kindergarten. You should be learning about your credit score, housing loans and all this type of stuff, investing, trading. You should be learning about it in kindergarten all the way through high school. But most people did not learn finances whatsoever. Most people don't even know how to budget. So, well, I'm here because it's my channel and this is my live stream and my chat. So, but I called it his small opinion because he's not backing it up. I respect One Life as a trader and an investor, and I want to have this discussion, but he's not giving me anything other than just opinion. He's not giving anything to back up his opinion. But like I was saying, I don't want to be right about this because most of the population is financially ignorant. And if the dollar does collapse, a lot of people are going to you're going to see suicide rates go up. You're going to see a lot of terrible stuff happening. I hope I'm not right. The reason why I'm staying this so much and why I've been harping on it for the last year and a half is to prevent as many people as possible from getting hurt if it does happen. More than likely, that is going to happen. History repeats itself. Cycles repeat themselves. So, I hope I'm not right. I really don't. I don't want to see America fall and crumble to nothing. I love America. I don't hate America or anything like that. I don't like the government, but that's not America. The government's just a group of people who we put in charge and we just left in charge to continue to do what they want and make their own rules. But as far as this country itself, this is a great country. I've traveled all over America and I love a lot of different places, man. I love it where I live now in Wisconsin. I love, Tennessee. Tennessee, I could give or take. I was born and raised there, but it's all right. Arizona is beautiful. The Grand Canyon is beautiful. So, I'm not trying to be negative when I'm saying all this stuff. That's where I don't want you guys to take it from that way. I am just trying to prepare people in case this does happen, because the probability of it happening is going up every single day. We're not seeing any action from the government that would suggest otherwise, that they're going to try to fix the economy, because they are continuing to spend. So it's not necessarily a short-term theory, though. One life, like I said, it's not going to happen overnight. The US dollar is not going to crash overnight. This is a longer theory, and if that all does happen, it's not going to recover within a year. It would be like if all this stuff happens that all the signs are pointing to, we're going to have a long time before America recovers. This is a long-term discussion. This is not just a short-term discussion. This buildup has been going on for, like I said, since 1976, when they took the dollar off the gold standard. 30 years of shenanigans is not going to be fixed in 1 year. Oh, why One Life is here if he doesn't respect my opinion? Well, because One Life and Daniel B, they don't respect anybody. They have nah. They're we're friends, but they don't respect me at all. They make that pretty clear. I agree with you in life. If the market does drop 50% and the US dollar is not zero, then I'm going to be buying the dip. No doubt. If the dollar's still holding up somewhat and we see the market crash 50%, 75%, 90%, yeah, I'm going to be buying up the stock market too. That's not what, I'll be right there beside you. We'll both be buying it up, but we can have different opinions. I just wish you would back your opinion up. You and Daniel B. Well, you will back your opinion up more on stock trading and stuff, but Daniel B. does not do anything to back his opinion up. But I like the challenge. That's why I'm talking. I'm not mad or anything about anything. I'm not, I'm not frustrated or anything. I'm just chilling. I'm just watching some stocks, I enjoy this. This is why I do this, because I enjoy all this. This is why I want a community. I like to be challenged. If nobody challenges me, then I'm gonna get rusty. I like the challenge. That's why H&H is part of the channel, because he challenges me all the time and talks trash to me too. But yeah, oh wow, I've lost track of time here. I got to get going. So if you guys, yeah, exactly, Elvis. I'm hungry now. Talking about peanut. Well, I don't like peanut butter banana sandwiches, but still, food is food, so that's making me hungry anyway. Because it's time. It's about my lunchtime. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, about anything or whatever, or any more stocks you want me to look at before I take off here, I give the stream about 5-10 more minutes here to see if there's any questions, and I'm gonna call it a day. But real quick, let's take a look over everything while we're waiting. BT starting to climb back up after that sell-off. FLGC still looking bad. XBIO. I'm getting close to where I don't want to trade XBIO anymore, because it's just not breaking out big. HPI still holding above 13 on the trend line, so looking decent there. ACY still testing. This is, if I remove this line, this is really starting to look like a head and shoulders pattern. NAOV, that one's looking bearish. FULC still slowly climbing, but getting held up at that resistance at 21 to 22 like I was talking about, so nothing there yet. PBTS dropped out of this triangle, so it's still got some support. It's trying to hold right across this 180-ish area. Like 185, yeah, 185 right there is trying to hold. If it drops below 185, it's done for the day. If it can hold up 185, it might try to give another test, but more than likely not. And other than that, not much else going on. SCSN, that's a higher float stock. Oh, it's not that big of a move. This has moved 80 cents over the last 3 hours, so that's a pretty slow move. Yeah, I don't see much else. At the moment, ACY is really the only play that could possibly do anything. Unless X1 breaks 25. But like I said, ACY's got to break over 33. It's got to get out of this possible head and shoulders. Predictions. Okay. All right, we're going to get into crypto. Give me just a second, and then I'll get into Bitcoin. William, I do have a separate channel to check out. Here, I'll give you the link to that. I have a separate crypto channel. I do daily updates on the YouTube, on the Framework Fortune crypto channel. Let me make sure that link works. Yeah. So I do daily updates there, and I talk about Bitcoin every single day there. I have the two different channels to kind of keep it separate, because blockchain and cryptos and stuff is a whole nother world. There's so much to it. Uranium. So Lori, that is going to be with your country. So Thinkorswim in America is free, so I don't pay any trading fees. It doesn't cost me anything to trade. Your broker is saying that find out what those fees are, because that's something you're going to need to know, especially day trading. Back in the day, let's see, was that 3 years ago? No, 3 years or 2 years? Yeah, I think it was 3 years ago when Robinhood first started. They started doing free commissions, and then a lot of the brokers switched over to free commissions. So back in the day, the basic buy and sell fee on Thinkorswim was $7. So if you bought something, it was going to cost you $7, and when you sold it, it was going to cost you $7. So every day trade that you took, you had to at least make $14, $15 to the positive just to pay your commissions. And then anything after that would have been your profit. So that's very, very important you find that out with that broker, what those fees are, and maybe look and see if there's any non-fee having brokers in your area, because those can eat a day trader alive. Because then you also got taxes on top of that too. So you have to pay outside the U.S. You have to pay commission plus spread. It's about $4.50 per trade. So then, yeah, you just need to make sure you're making at least $10 in profit on every trade to break even. So yeah, William. I mean, free equals order flow being sold, but still, when you're a day trader, those fees add up. I would rather them sell the order. I don't care about them selling the order flow or any of that. They can give the institutions all the data they want. I could care less as a day trader. I want those free commissions because I don't want to have to, if I take an entry at $1.25, I want my entry to be at $1.25, and anything over $1.25 is going to be profit. I don't want anything, so I don't really care about them selling it. So to me, as a day trader, it's free to me, Yeah, the spread is difference between the bid and the ask. I'm not sure exactly if you're paying. See, I'm not. Yeah, most people lose too. That's another thing. I mean, 90% of traders lose, so they're going to make money regardless. Yeah, like One Life said, the spread is the difference between the bid and ask. So I've never traded with anything that's you have to pay for the spread and a commission fee. Because basically, like right now on ACY, the bid is at 32.61, the spread is at 32.75. You've got a 13-cent spread between buyers and sellers. So if you're having to pay commissions on the spread, that means you're going to have to pay that difference between the price. So you'd be paying 14 cents a share plus the commission on the spread. And that seems ridiculous. But of course, this stock does have a big spread. If we go to, let's see, what's one that doesn't have a big spread? Like NAOV, the spread is not even a penny. It's the bid's at 286, the ask is at 287. So on something with a spread like this, you're not going to pay hardly anything on. But if you try to trade a low flow stock like this one, where there's a huge spread, like 19 cents right now, and then earlier when I got in this, the spread was $1. I had to limit order in because that spread was so huge. The spread is difference what broker will take. That's what I said. The thing in between the spread, you would have to pay for that spread. What else would it be, Daniel B? Um, let's see. Uranium. So I still got to check into uranium and I got to check into Bitcoin. Give me just a few seconds, guys. I'm going to take a quick little break because we are getting a lot of questions. And I'll be right back and I will answer what I can about uranium and Bitcoin. Yeah, Lori is on point. There's always going to be other opportunities. And that's why I wasn't concerned about whether, giving back $30 of profit on ACY, because as long as I'm making a profit, I mean, I made 55, and so I didn't really risk. I didn't risk anything. Giving some profits back, that's profits I didn't have, so it wasn't a risk to risk that $30. All right, so let me address Bitcoin first because I'm way more adept at Bitcoin than I am at uranium. But uranium, they're going to figure out eventually that uranium and nuclear power plants are the cleanest energy that we have and the most powerfulest energy we have. And as soon as they figure that out, uranium will go up quite a bit. Uranium is one that follows cycles really well. So we'll pull up a chart for uranium if there's one on here. And I'm just going to talk about Bitcoin real quick because you asked me where I think the bottom is. I think the bottom is right here. I think the bottom is at 30,000. We're getting rejected at 45,000, which on the crypto channel I've been saying is major resistance. It's got to break 35,000 or 45,000 to continue to run. If not, it will pull back. But the reason why I think this is the floor, worst case, I think the floor is 25,000. But 30 to 25,000 I think is the floor. And the reason why is because of adoption, because of supply and demand. Back here, all the way through here, very low demand for Bitcoin. And then we got some demand, but the whole entire world was not buying Bitcoin. A lot of people still stayed away from it on that first rip. More and more people have started adopting as time is going on. The more and more people who are buying it and transacting in it. Now we have countries that are legalizing it as tender. El Salvador, Paraguay is next. That's going to be more people using it, more demand for the currency. So, and this is why Bitcoin continues to go up higher prices and not drop to the previous lows. Like when Bitcoin dropped from 20,000 down to 4,000, that was still above all of these previous lows. So the more people that are going to buy it and more people that are going to use it, the supply of Bitcoin is not going up ever again. It's only 20 million, and that's going to cause, maybe 10% of the population buys, sells, transacts in cryptos of the world. 10% of the world population. If we get up to 30% of the world's population buying and selling cryptos and on transacting in it, well, that's 20% more demand than it has now. So that's 20% more it could go up. So no, I would not buy a house near a nuclear power plant. I mean, supposedly they're very safe. But still, just me personally, if something was to go wrong, I wouldn't want to be in the meltdown radius of a nuclear power plant. Bitcoin is both and more. Bitcoin is a currency. It is also a speculative investment device, but it is also more than that because Bitcoin is not based. I mean, currencies are faith-based. You have to have faith in the currency. You have to have people willing to use it. There's a lot of faith growing in Bitcoin for the use of currency. And we're seeing it being used as legal tender in countries, so it is a currency. It is also a speculative device because we only have 10 years of history. So it's a lot of speculation. This is a whole new sector, so it's definitely speculative. But the blockchain capabilities behind Bitcoin and all these cryptos, that is where the real value is at. Because blockchain is going to disrupt every single sector. I was talking to Liam at Confident Crypto about this yesterday. With NFTs, you could change the mortgage game completely. We still have to send earnest money when you buy a house and you use a mortgage. You have to send earnest money to the title place. The way you do that is you get a cashier's check and you send it in the mail. Okay, so it took them a week to get that money. Now, when that deal that I was working on fell through, they had to send the earnest money back to me, and they had to send it back through the mail. So it took a month before I got my earnest money back. That is dumb. If you were to use an NFT for each real estate house, and you just purchase the NFT that has the code to get in the house and to get the keys and all of that, well, now you've cut out all of the mortgage company paperwork. They can just do a loan off of that NFT for that value, and you don't have all that paperwork. So just right there, blockchain technologies with NFTs could change the entire mortgage game by itself. Shipping, freight, all of that stuff, it is already happening. There's a crypto that its blockchain is designed to take all of the transactions and keep up with them. There's a lot of transactions in shipping and freight, a lot of stupid paperwork. With a blockchain, there's no more paperwork. You have every single transaction of delivering, shipping, picking, receiving, all of that, just instantly right there at your fingertips on blockchain. That is where the value is. I do not buy cryptocurrencies as a currency. I do not buy them as a speculative investment. I buy them because of the blockchain technology and the power to disrupt every single sector and make our lives better. It can also be used in voting. No more voting machines, none of that stuff. We could all vote online. Everybody would have their own NFT ID, and that would be how you keep up with voting. And then you would never have any question whether or not an election is faulty or anything, because the blockchain technology is secure. It stays secured. There's newer projects that get hacked, but Bitcoin, I mean, it's very hard to hack these cryptocurrencies nowadays, the bigger projects. Like the proof of stake, you would have to literally control like 55% of the nodes, which nodes are just computers that secure the blockchain. So you'd have to control 55% of the computers that are nodes in a blockchain to be able to change it and do anything to it. And because they're spread out across the whole entire globe, that is damn near impossible to do. H&H is a hacker. You can go talk to H&H about it. He probably will say he can hack it, but I'd like to see him try. No. Technology, as technology has advanced, technology speeds up. The advancements in technology speeds up. What does it see? Was it 2020, 2021, and when did beepers come out? Beepers were out in like the 1990s, 1980s, and in 30 years, we've now went from a beeper to a computer in your hand. Well, now that you have a computer in your hand, the scientists, the people advancing technology, the inventors, have way more efficiency when creating things and way more ability to make whatever, because you can pretty much take a quantum computer and put in whatever you're trying to create, and that quantum computer will let you know what you need to do to fix it. I mean, we're on the border of AI. We're going to have AI soon, full AGI. As soon as we have AGI, where machines can learn anything, then those machines will be able to look at technology and say, okay, that's not going to work. The reason why that technology has took so long in the past is because we went from using sticks and stones, and now we're using lasers and all this other stuff. So technology is not that slow anymore. And blockchain is already changing sectors. If you go do your research, you will see. Like I said, you can already buy a house in Bitcoin. You don't have to even go through a mortgage company or use cash. You could buy it directly in Bitcoin, which means that you could buy it easily, because all you'd have to do is send the Bitcoin to the person who's selling the house's wallet. And then you have that ledger, that transaction on the Bitcoin blockchain that says you bought that house from that seller. Period. End of deal. Done. Nothing else. That's it. So it's already happening. It's not speculation that it's happening. It already is happening. If you go do the research and look at these projects, it will blow your mind. So far, the biggest advancements in blockchain technology is in the banking sector. DeFi is incredible. DeFi is going to destroy the banking system that we know. It already is. 1995, Dom, you had a beeper, exactly. So 1995, what was that, 20 years? 20 years we went from a beeper to a computer in your hand. And now we're close. There's a company already working on a cell phone that wraps around your wrist. It's a thin little clear strip that's going to wrap around your wrist. And then all you got to do to use your phone is just touch it. And it'll be like Iron Man with Jarvis. It'll come up and show you all this stuff in augmented reality or virtual reality, whatever. I mean, we went from Xbox 1 and 2 to Oculus Quest, which is virtual reality gaming that's insane. And that was only in a span of a couple of years. So technology is advancing way faster than it used to. It's pretty crazy. And then uranium, let me get on uranium. Exactly, there he is, Liam. Welcome, Liam. Everybody say hi to Liam from Confident in Crypto. I was just mentioning you. I was just talking about what we were talking about yesterday with the NFTs being able to replace mortgages. I haven't done the analyst on USC yet. ...2003 first smartphone. So yeah, so in 17 years, we went from the first smartphone to the ridiculous amounts of millions of different types of phones and all of that. The future is now, old man. All right, so let me pull up UEC here. Oh, that's where you came in at? Nice. Nice. So Liam is way more in depth in cryptos than I am. So if you guys have any questions about cryptos right now, Liam will probably have the answers. In real money? You calling the U.S. currency real money? That's cute. So USC, yeah. So I mean, USC uranium, it's a commodity. Same thing as silver and gold right now. I mean, all the commodities I'm assuming are down. Because that dollar index is trying to show strength. But like I said, once they realize as far as, let's see. Let's look at the daily chart here. So we do have a bit of a downtrend on UEC. It just needs to break over $4 and then UAC will start running. But it's going to depend on the commodities continuing to run. It'll depend on the US dollar going down. But you got very strong support at, I would say, $1. I don't see this getting back under $1. It was, let's see, during the COVID, well, if the stock market drops, it could drop. And that's the thing with gold and silver stocks too. If you invest in commodity stocks in the stock market and the stock market overall crashes, those are still going to crash. They will just rebound a lot quicker. No, you wouldn't, Daniel B. You wouldn't lose anything because you bought the house. You have a house for the transaction. You wouldn't lose anything. The seller would lose money, but you wouldn't lose anything. You would have a house. It wouldn't matter what happened to the Bitcoin after it left your hand. Exactly. Hey, exactly, Elvis. Good point. Going from stealing Playboys under your parents' beds or whatever to, well, now you can pull up any type of porn you want. That's a good way to look at it. And exactly, the seller could convert the Bitcoin faster if they needed than that, though, if they needed to. So, if they saw that Bitcoin was starting to drop, they could just put it in whatever else they want to because you can transact with it so fast. And Bitcoin is actually, if I'm correct, Liam, correct me if I'm wrong, but Bitcoin's actually one of the slowest of the blockchains for transactions. There's blockchains already that you can get the transactions in seconds. But that's the thing, like, you can't look at cryptocurrencies as one thing. You can't look at them as just a currency or just a speculative investment. You have to look at all of it as one big picture because it's more than just that. There's so much in the crypto world. But let me see if I can find a uranium chart if they have one on. See, I'm sure there's uranium futures at least. Yeah, there's a global uranium ETF. I don't know what it's weighted with. There's some uranium futures. So let's just go with this first one, this global uranium ETF. So yeah, you can see there UEC was going up as uranium was going up. Uranium started going down because the dollar's showing strength, so UEC went down. But this is what I was saying about uranium being in cycles. It's a cycle mover. In 2011, it was up to $134. So uranium is still extremely low. And you can see, actually, if you look at the volume difference, let me look back a little further at uranium. I've never looked at a uranium chart. I just like the idea of uranium. Yeah, so 2011, this ETF was all the way up at 139. Been selling off since. Little volume through 2012, 2014. Volume started picking up 2014 through 2016. 2017, we start getting more talk about energy, green energy and all of that. And you see volume stayed pretty strong through there. And then, of course, COVID and all that nonsense happened. But look at the volume on uranium right now. This is the most volume uranium has gotten since in the past 10 years. Or at least this ETF. But, I mean, still, the ETF should be weighted pretty evenly, I would think. I don't know how to find that on TradingView yet. I've not got that far with ETFs. But let me see. What is the ticker symbol? URA. So let's pull it up here on, oops, URA. Actually, I probably need to pull it up on this one. URA, and then let's go to analyze. Yeah, so it's not showing me. So this may just be uranium ETF. You might have to look into the website for this ETF to see the holdings because it's not showing it here anyway. But Josie's in here. Josie's he focuses on future and all that. If futures, so if he's still in here, he might be able to give you a little bit better understanding of the cycles and how uranium is in a cycle. Global funds, the world in your hands. Interesting. Oh, you're going back to Tulip Mania? Woo! Woo! Look at there. Liam hitting you with some facts, Daniel B. How you like that? Got hit with the facts. .com bubble was 7 trillion market. Crypto market is still below 2 trillion. Okay, I mean that's your. Why are you asking? Why are you asking Liam about um, stocks? He's not a crypto. He's not a stock trader. He's a crypto specialist. He doesn't trade stocks. That's. I mean, just because a guy who did stump removal didn't want crypto doesn't mean anything. I mean that guy probably doesn't even know what crypto is right now. That's why I said 10% of the population knows what it is. There's 90% of the whole world's population that doesn't know yet. Um, oh, I was saying, Josie, about the cycle of uranium. Do you know anything about the cycle of uranium as far as futures and all of that? Because I think uranium, I was just looking at that uranium ETF. Uranium is super cheap. I think it's got potential to go quite a ways up in the future. Like if you want to ask about green energy and cryptos, Liam might know about that because there's a lot of blockchains that are focusing on green energy. Well, Daniel B, if you did some research like I told you a year ago on cryptos, you would know that. Whoa, 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 hold on here. What is Aaron thinking she can save? And here's my simple reply to Tulip Mania and cryptos. People still got rich during Tulip Mania. A lot of people got poor, but people got rich. So just because something is a mania doesn't mean it's a bad thing. You can profit off of mania, and you actually should profit off of mania. That's literally what we do as day traders every morning, is try to find the stocks that is going to have mania in them, a whole bunch of different traders and volume, and we profit off of it. So that is not a good argument against cryptos whatsoever. Oh, your tree. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Exactly. ACY is a mania today. We made money off of ACY. So I'm not going to stay away from cryptos because there's mania in them. There's money to be made. Where there's mania, I think it was Rockefeller who said this. Um, the best time to buy is when there's blood in the streets. I don't think it was Warren Buffett. I think it was Rockefeller who said that. I think Buffett said everything when everybody is fearful, buy, and when everybody is happy and euphoric, sell. You never traded uranium? Well, I was just curious if you knew about the cycle on uranium. Rothschild. Okay, not Rockefeller. Rothschild. Yeah, I can't remember exactly who said what, but blood in the streets. When there's mania, when there's craze, there's there's you can make money. Let's meet Kevin saying. Yeah. Isn't Kevin running for governor of California? I hope he wins, man. I'd love to see an entrepreneur, a YouTube entrepreneur, actually win a political office. Level two is very important. Level two is your window of as a window of supply and demand. So like on ACY, which it's still climbing, so it broke out of that head and shoulders pattern, still climbing up. But like looking at this level two, you can see the buy orders and the sell orders that are in there, plus the time and sales is going to show you every order that actually goes through. But if a bunch of people are sitting on the bid at $34, then that's going to be some support. If a bunch of people are sitting on the ask at 34.50, let's say, that's going to be resistance because you got to take out all those sellers. You're going to need more buyers than sellers. Just like there, we saw those sellers got taken out at 34.60. Now the ask is up to 34, went up to 34.80, 34.70. So there was no more sellers. So because the buyers on the bid outweighed the sellers, or the buyers at least coming through on the time and sells and the bid, were able to take it out. But now you see they're coming back down now. Like this is the time and sales is going to be basically your ledger of transactions. Your level two is going to be a ledger of people who are buying and selling, and really more than likely institutions at this point. But it's all supply and demand, so I use it. I use both of them. Time and sales level two. I think you have to use them as a trader. If you don't, I mean, maybe you don't have to use them. I don't know, but me personally, I use them. It shows me a lot of information of which way the price action is going. I wasn't fighting you today about euphoria on ACY. All I was saying was you were saying it was. See, you still don't even know what I was saying. That's crazy. You still don't know what I was saying. All I was saying was that you don't know for sure if that pivot point was going to be a pivot point at that point in time when you were calling it a pivot point. But I was not in euphoria at all. I said that it could drop there. I said if it didn't break 33, it could drop. But I'm not going to get in that whole argument again. That seems like FLUC still climbing. Getting a nice slow climb out of it. Break a 2150. It could start moving. All right, it's 12 o'clock, guys. I gotta get going. I'm about to go find some Tulip Mania on some food. PBTS, let's check it. No. Like I said, until it breaks that 220, it's not going to do anything. And it's trying, it's consolidating, but it's consolidating in a downward motion. So, until this downtrend breaks, it's not even going to test 220. It easily continued to hit this downtrend and sell off. Like it hit it here, sold off. It's come back up. Looks like it's getting held up there at the downtrend. It may try to break it, but if it doesn't break, it'll just keep riding right down the downtrend. You do have some support right there that's trying to hold up at 190. I think that's probably where I had the line drawn that I just deleted, but I mean, maybe it breaks, maybe it doesn't. There's no way to tell right now. Yeah. Where do I see Bitcoin in January? Liam, where do you see Bitcoin in January? What do you think about Bitcoin if he's still in here? Here's my problem with long-term looking at cryptos specifically. Like, have a great night, Lori. Just because Bitcoin is the front runner right now, it's the biggest one, it's the most secure because it's got the most history. I don't know if Bitcoin is going to be the end-all be-all of currencies. Like I said, it's a little bit slower with transaction speeds. There's cryptos that are faster. I honestly think Ethereum at some point is going to overtake Bitcoin. But it's hard to say exactly what's going to be, where the prices are going to be at January, because there's so many different factors that can affect the crypto prices. I mean, if America starts taxing the balls off of crypto traders, well, everybody's going to leave cryptos in America, and that's going to cause a drop in price. Now, it could come back up because the rest of the world will keep buying it. But then what if the whole world decides, all the countries decide to ban cryptos? We're either going to have a revolution where everybody just uses cryptos and say screw their governments, or people will comply and stop trading cryptos. Yeah, Ethereum is faster. Exactly. Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint a specific month with cryptos. But like I said, as they continue to get adopted, that's more volume, more demand that will be in the crypto market. So essentially, just by that, they should go up. Well, that's the thing with cryptocurrencies. You don't really need to have everybody on board at all to make money or use it and transact in it. I mean, Liam and I have been making money off cryptos, and there's only, like I said, only 10% of the population use it. So there's money to be made off of it, you know. But it's more than just money. Like I said, it's everything behind it. Actually, your 73-year-old mom would love using Bitcoin. It's way easier than writing a check or using PayPal or anything else. Like, it's so easy to send Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency to people. Like, literally, all you have to do is copy their wallet address, paste it into the transfer tab on whatever wallet you're using, and then you put the amount of Bitcoin and you put send. And that's it. That's all you do. That's it. It's so simple. No, even if the feds do, that's what I was saying. Even if the feds in America do come up with their own cryptocurrency, by the time, I mean, the whole rest of the world is still going to use cryptocurrencies. I mean, El Salvador will still be using Bitcoin. So we'll see a drop, but Bitcoin's not going to go to zero just because the federal government of America tries to go against it. I mean, China's went against it and banned it, and Bitcoin's back up to 45,000. China's got bigger population than America, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm not even getting into it with you, Daniel B, about tulips. Comparing blockchain to tulips is like the dumbest thing that I've ever heard in my life. You literally can, like, trying to compare blockchain technology that disrupts every sector to a flower is really, 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 really bad. Like, go do the research, Daniel B, on cryptos, and then come back and talk to me about Tulip Mania. But you didn't even know how to find the market cap of cryptos, so your opinion does not matter because you have no knowledge of cryptos to be able to talk about them. Like, if you did the research and you said, "Oh, this is still Tulip Mania," then I would give your argument more of a discussion. But your argument is based off of no research whatsoever. So it's pointless to argue with you about it or even discuss it or debate it because you literally have no idea what you're talking about. Like, how am I going to discuss or debate something with somebody who has no idea what they're talking about? All you say is Tulip Mania. That means nothing. Like, I could say Tulip Mania about anything. Shoes are Tulip Mania. Everybody's using shoes now. Everybody always is buying shoes. Soon we might have shoes that are, that just automatically come off of your skin. You just put a little computer chip on your foot, and then it can turn into whatever shoe you want. So, oh yeah. The Fed is. I know Daniel B hasn't done any research. I know he doesn't. He hasn't because he doesn't know anything about it. If he knew anything about it, he would have an argument. All he says is Tulip Mania. He's not done his research. He just literally asked what the market cap was. If you don't even know the market cap, then he's not done any research. The United States, the Federal Reserve is working on a digital currency. They did announce that. Jerome Powell said they're looking into it, and that's what they're going to try to do. But it doesn't matter because even if they do make their own digital currency, it's going to be traceable and everything else by the government. So people will still, I mean, the dollar exists, but people still use other forms of currency now. It's the same thing, like I was talking about with gold. You might not be able to go to a Starbucks and buy a coffee with a piece of gold, but I guarantee I could sell that gold in the parking lot and go buy it. Like other people, like it's not like the dollar is not the end all be all of anything. The dollar is nothing. Even if it's a digital dollar, it's still like I gain 12% interest on Polkadot. If I use a savings account for a digital dollar and I gain 2%, I'm using the Polkadot all day. You can use the digital dollar all you want and gain your 2%. I'm going to put it in Polkadot and gain 12%, or provide liquidity to different exchanges for 50 to 100% interest. Exactly, Lauren. So they can manipulate the dollar more. Exactly. You've heard so many things, but what are you talking about? We have flying cars, we have laser technology, we have CD players, we have cloud storage. So if you invested in any of those things before they were adopted mainstream, then you're a billionaire right now, or a millionaire. The flying car thing is, that's not mainstream yet, but there's plenty of companies that are working on flying cars. So uranium futures ticker, it's not a product that you can trade and no volume. I don't know. I'll do some more research on uranium too then. See, once again, you don't understand cryptos. You're just looking at it as over 1 billion in circulation. Do you understand how the circulation happens? Do you realize that not all the coins are released at once in some of these projects? There you go. And Liam Wright coming in right there with the info. The circulating supplies is it's not the exact same thing as float. I know on my crypto channel I look at it as float, but I also understand that that is not exactly float. It's a similarity in the way it functions, but it is not the exact same thing. UEC is a uranium energy corp. What's the most important EMA for day trading? You don't necessarily need EMAs for day trading. That's kind of a personal preference, but I would say supply and demand does matter. It depends on the demand and the supply. Just because you have if you got 1 billion supply of one token, right? If the token is half a penny and 1 billion people decide to buy one token at half a penny, well, they've bought up the whole entire supply. So it's still supply and demand. It doesn't change. You're not going to be able to use a supply and demand argument against supply and demand. That's not going to work. It's a law of nature. It's not a debatable thing. Supply and demand is concrete, but the way things react in supply and demand is not. That's why prices fluctuate. But to answer your question, Bobby, I would say the 200-day is the most important for any type of trading if you're going to use EMAs, because the 200-day always holds up as extremely strong resistance or extremely strong support. I do agree with One Life. You can use a 9 EMA for the intraday. But it can be a 9, it can be a 10, it could be a 20. You could use the VWAP. I mean, all of them have a purpose. It's just dependent on your trading strategy, what you're trying to accomplish with your trading plan. Once you know what you're trying to accomplish, then you can figure it out. So like this one I have on here right now is a 40 double EMA, and I just like it because of how it moves with the stock prices. Like this had a big rip up and then bounced right off of that 40. Came down right there, tested the 40, started getting away from it, and then pushed right back above it. And as soon as it crossed over the 40, breakout happens. Held up the 40 there. 40 dropped again. It's bearish, but magneted back up, rubber banded back up to the 40 again. Got rejected, came back down, and now you see it's starting to break out. Starting to break that 200-day moving average and break out of this triangle at the same time. So I also use a 10 adaptive. For some charts it doesn't show up on, but you can see right there on NAOV, I use this 10 adaptive because of the way it moves with the 40. So right here when we get the 10 adaptive cross over the 40, as soon as that crossed over, you could have got an entry in there. And then as long as that 10-day holds above the 40, it's going to stay bullish. And you can see it stayed bullish all the way through the run. And then as soon as it started coming back down below the 10-day and crossed over, it sold off. Before it came back and crossed over again and coming back up. So, I mean, it's not, EMAs, they're not concrete. There's nothing concrete in the stock market, which was the whole point I was making earlier on ACY when me and One Life were arguing about the stupid pivot point. Nothing in the stock market is concrete. So even though some indicators can work, sometimes they won't work. Sometimes triangle patterns work, sometimes they don't work. There's nothing concrete in investing. That's why it's investing and trading. That's why there is risk, because nothing is in concrete. So, it's just kind of you gotta figure that out yourself as a trader. If what I would do is trade without anything first. I would trade with a straight up naked chart. So I would just have my chart look like this. Because if you can trade this, then you can add the indicators in to help your strategy. And the way, there's multiple ways you can trade this. You can do it by support and resistance. You could do it by trend lines and draw your own trend lines. You could do it off a straight price action. But that's the thing. As a new trader, you want to learn price action before you learn indicators, in my experience, because I did the opposite. I learned how to trade with indicators before I learned what price action was. And to me, that hindered me quite a bit. So for me making that mistake, I consider a mistake in my perspective. I think it's better to learn how to trade with a naked chart and then add the indicators once you figure out everything and you've gotten a strategy that works without the indicators. Use the indicators as a buffer to tighten your strategy even more. Let's see, stock market books. Yeah, absolutely, Lauren. Like I said, I think finances and investing and all that should be taught from kindergarten till you graduate high school. One of the biggest things is you think about the last 50 years, what the narrative has been. Go to high school, go to college, graduate college, get a nice job, get a house, buy a couple cars, and start a family. Now, when you think about that, Who benefits the most off of those things? You get out of high school, public education, so you pay taxes for that. So the government, they get a benefit from being able to run the education system because, they are in control of the money and all of that. Then you're prepared to go into college, which you take out government student loans for. Who benefits from the student loans? The government. You graduate college and you go buy a house, you go buy a mortgage, FHA mortgage. Who benefits from an FHA mortgage? The government. Then they tell you to get married. You get married, now your household income goes up, you're in a higher tax bracket. Who benefits from that? The government. Now, essentially, taxes are supposed to benefit all of us, but I look out the window and see these shitty ass roads every day, and I know that my city makes enough money to fix these damn roads. So, if they were doing what they were supposed to be doing with our tax money, then it would be a different conversation, but that's not what the reality is. They don't do anything with our tax money. I mean, that's why you see construction projects that take, 4 or 5 months, and normally that should be something that should be done in a couple of weeks. But you graduate from college, you get that house, and then you buy a couple of cars, so you're paying sales tax on cars. That benefits the government. Then you have kids. Now you've got more kids. That's more population. Those kids are going to go to high school and college and repeat the cycle again of how the government benefited off of you. And this is the hamster wheel that continues where people never get out of the middle class, or if they start out and they don't go to college or go to high school or whatever, they're in the lower class and they stay in that cycle. Everything in the world is cycles. Everything. Even my crazy brain is on cycles. These are crazy cycle brains. But everything. The weather cycles, weather patterns, same thing. It runs in cycles. Anything you can think of. History repeats itself because history is a cycle. I don't know. You get the point. You could pretty much see a cycle in anything. A flower, or water. Rain is a cycle. It rains, water goes to the ground, gets hot, evaporates back up. It's a cycle of precipitation. That's still weather, but same thing. Yeah, Doge Doge is up like thousands of percent. And PBTS hasn't broke out yet. Let me flick back over here. It threw a candle up there, but it still didn't break 225. This is why I said it's important that it breaks 225. It breaks the resistance or 220, and it holds as support. It broke up there really quick, but it came right back down. It did not hold as any support. So you want to see resistance turn into new support. And because it couldn't hold as support, it's still resistance. So if we draw the 20 line again, at 220 area, now that it broke out of that little triangle, we're still not over that 220. There's not one candle today that has closed above 220. This candle closed right below it. This candle shot up and closed below it. And now we're coming down again. No confirmation yet that this is broke 220. This is still sketchy. That's awesome, Lauren. Yeah, hey, if you start that, let me know. I'll let you advertise them on the channel and on the website. I am a heavy advocate. That's the whole reason why I do what I do. I want the community, but I'm also trying to educate as many people as I can, because we're just not educated in these fields. I mean, you get out of high school, you don't even know what your credit score is, which is crazy. And I say that stuff because that's what happened to me. I didn't get out of high school and all of a sudden think, well, I've always been a little bit outside of the box. We'll just say that. And it got me in trouble in my younger days. And I was a little bit outside of the law. But I didn't realize, I didn't even know what my credit score was until I was 26. After I had done all my stupid stuff as a young kid and then was in massive debt and a whole bunch of other stuff. I didn't know what my credit score was. So, I didn't learn none of that in high school. And that drove me crazy that I didn't know any of the things I needed to know to be an adult from high school. I didn't go to college. I went to college for one day and on student loans, and the government screwed me over. Didn't want to, they didn't even want my money. The student loans did not process in time, so I was going to have to pay for my first semester of college out of pocket. And I said, nope. And that is actually one of the best things that has ever happened to me, the fact that I didn't go to college. But yeah, when you get that done and ready, hit me up. You can hit me up now, and what are you? Well, just hit me up and we can talk. We can talk about it. But I definitely will promote your books for you. No problem. If when you get them done, you just let me know and I'll promote them as much as I can, because I do. That is great. That's my hope for the future. Even though I'm bearish on a lot of things and I say a lot of things that can be considered doom and gloom, eventually, because everything is a cycle, we are going to have good times again. And part of those good times coming back around is people understanding the systems, which our systems are so overcomplicated. Guess what is not complicated? Cryptos. Guess what solves that complication? Because it's so simple. Cryptos. Even though blockchain technology and all that is complicated, it's not complicated for users of the coins. It's very easy to stake a coin or just hold like in Voyager like I do and just gain interest. It's also easy to spend it. My Coinbase card is probably in the mailbox right now. I'll be able to buy anything that I want from anywhere because it's a Visa card, but it's going to, I can spend directly from my crypto account. It gives me the ability to spend cryptos and earn crypto back. So, yep, that's exactly right, Daniel B. This is the one and only book that I have read besides Cloudy of a Chance with Meatballs and whatever dumbass stuff they told me to read in school that did not help me. If I would have read this in school, if I would have read this in kindergarten, I'd be a millionaire probably by the age 15. This book is all you need because all the stuff is psychological. Like I said, the government, everything they've done, whether it be nefarious or whatever the reason, who cares about any of that? We have been trained to go in that cycle and stay in that hamster wheel. And that book right there is that moment when I was already starting to do research, and when I read it, everything clicked. And I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. I'm a blind, brainwashed idiot. I need to learn economics and learn how everything works. Thank you, Robert Kiyosaki. I'm not getting paid for promotion of it. Get him, get him, Liam, get him. Exactly. You have to be prepared for the worst and enjoy the best. Yeah, no, me too. Me too. That's the sound, exact same, Lauren. We're on the same page, 100%. So, all right, guys, I gotta get going. This is way over the time that I usually go, and I'm getting so hungry. I'm so hungry. Arguing with Daniel B in One Life all morning, man. It's just so much. So much, man. It's just, it's like arguing with a rock, because the rock will never give you a good argument back. It'll just keep being a rock and be hard-headed as a rock. And it's exhausting. It really is exhausting. No, because Robert Kiyosaki did not give advice in that book. This book is not advice. This book changes the way you see and think about things. It's not advice at all. Robert Kiyosaki does not tell people to buy or sell anything. He doesn't tell anybody to do anything. If you followed him, you would know that. He's my rock. Yeah, of course. I mean, I read that book, but like I said, I researched, and I'm still researching. I constantly research economics. I listen to Peter Schiff. I listen to Harry Dent. I listen to Kitco News. They have plenty of different people on there. Of course, I still listen to Robert Kiyosaki, but I've studied and listened to the modern monetary theory people. I've listened to all sides, and I continue to listen to all sides. But the one thing that most sides get wrong is they do not incorporate the ability of government's manipulation. Like, especially when I see people talking about cryptos and the economy doing good. Like, it's as simple as this. It's like Joe Biden the other day said that his plan to build the economy is working, that they created a bunch of jobs. They didn't create any more jobs. They were the same jobs that were there before the pandemic. The government shut those jobs down. So opening those jobs back up is not job creation. So, it's just like that. Yeah, exactly. It's an eye opener. See, I'm not familiar with Ross Gerber, but I will check into him. Thank you for that, Lauren. Oh, Daniel B. Daniel B. You are a walking library. You always are talking about read this book and read that book and read all these books. Anything that disagrees with your books, you argue with. You know how to tape? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm going to call it a day. Let's try that again. I'm going to call it a day, guys. Appreciate everybody joining me as always. We'll be back tomorrow morning for some more live stream day trading. And be on the lookout for the last rip tonight. Stay safe out there. Until next time.